I have a good feeling what we have seen in Europe, that Manchester City is going to go down, with Mudir, because United acquired the CEO from City, no, the last 2 days. The chief operations officer of Manchester City took the job for CEO of Man United. So most probably, if the 150 accusations go on, City will be dismantling all.
Okay.
And
Thank you very
and
much.
oh
Yes.
my
Yes. How are
hello
you?
يا
Yes. How are you, Mr.
الحمد
Alex?
لله. hello. كيف
السلام
حالك
عليكم
my
everyone.
friend?
Good
كيف
morning.
حالك my friend?
Inshallah, we will start on time 9. So we'll start now. Thank you, everyone.
So anyway,
Good morning, distinguished guest speaker and delegate. Welcome to the Warehouse and Inventory Management Virtual Conference, the premier event dedicated to optimizing the heart of supply chain operation in Saudi Arabia. Today, we unite as industry expert, thought leader, and practitioner to explore innovative strategies, exchange knowledge, and showcase best practice that will drive the efficiency and revolutions our approach to warehouse and inventory management. Get ready for the insightful journey that promise to transform your professional perspective. Let us embark on this transformative experience together. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الضيوف الكرام المتحدثين والمشاركين، نرحب بكم في مؤتمر إدارة المخازن والمخزون الافتراضي، الحدث البارز المكرس لتعظيم كفاءة عمليات سلاسل الإمداد في المملكة العربية السعودية. اليوم نجتمع كخبراء في الصناعة، قادة فكر وممارسين لاستكشاف استراتيجيات مبتكرة، تبادل المعرفة، وعرض أفضل الممارسات التي تسعى لتحسين الكفاءة وثورتنا في طريقنا لإدارة المخازن والمخزون. سعداء بمشاركتكم معنا في هذا المؤتمر. دعونا نبدأ هذه التجربة التحويلية معا. نعيش اليوم واحدة من أضخم قصص التحول في المملكة العربية السعودية، وكما هي طبيعة الحال يصطحبها الكثير من التحديات في سلاسل الإمداد. كان الهدف هو التميز التشغيلي، وليتحقق فهو بحاجة إلى عدة عوامل رئيسية للوصول إلى أفضل الممارسات العالمية التي من شأنها تحقيق الكفاءة والجودة، وتعزيزا لمبدأ نقل المعرفة حول أبرز محطات رحلة سلاسل الإمداد في المؤسسة العامة لتحلية المياه المالحة نحو الريادة في التميز التشغيلي باستخدام التقنيات الحديثة. وما هي أفضل الممارسات العالمية التي ساهمت بتحقيق هذا التميز؟ فليتفضل مشكورا مهندس التحول عبد المحسن اليوسف، المدير العام لسلاسل الإمداد في المؤسسة العامة لتحلية المياه المالحة، ليحكي لنا قصة النجاح.
السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام والرحمة.
السلام.
تفضل أستاذ عبد المحسن.
أسعد الله صباحكم كل خير جميعا. الله يعطيك العافية. شاكر لك ومقدر أخوي عبد المجيد المقدمة الحسنة. اليوم نتكلم عن التمييز التشغيلي. التميز التشغيلي هي ثقافة أداء عالي. اليوم الجميع بالمملكة العربية السعودية يعمل على الارتقاء بالخدمات لتكون أفضل وأسهل وأسرع وبأقل تكلفة ممكنة. التميز التشغيلي في سلاسل الإمداد هو عبارة عن ثقافة أداء عالي لتحقق النجاح. نتكلم عن استراتيجية، ما هو الأوبريشن إكسلنسي؟ طبعا هو يكون لدينا استراتيجيك أبروتش، اثنين يكون لدينا كرياتيف فاليو ستيك هولدرز، ثري يكون اللاين البيبل والبروسيسز والتكنولوجي. كل الاستراتيجيات هذه تهدف إلى أن تكون لدينا efficient process، ويكون عندنا spending efficiency، كذلك أن يكون في agility وتعاون بين الإجراءات. يعني اليوم احنا نتكلم عندنا people، إذا كان عندنا high competences يجب يكون لدينا processes واضح، والرول والمانديت كذلك. أخيرا التكنولوجي. اليوم لما نعرف عن المؤسسة تأسست عام 1974 وهي الرائدة على مستوى المملكة في قطاع المياه. لدينا اليوم 30 منظومة إنتاج على مستوى الساحل الشرقي والغربي، وأيضا كذلك اليوم احنا نخدم وودكو، شركة وودكو اللي هي البايب لاينز كامل. ثلاثة، عندنا اليوم 139 agriculture بلانت متوزعة على 58 مدينة، إنتاجها اليومي 4 مليون متر مكعب. مجموع إنتاج منظومات الإنتاج والأجريكلتشر بلانت 4 مليون متر مكعب في اليوم. في اليوم عندنا تحدي في سلاسل الإمداد أنه نتعمل على الكريتيكال زون، فيجب يكون عندنا مايندسيت ويكون عندنا السنس اوف ريسبونسبيلتي. اليوم كان لدينا قصة، حلم أصبح إلى واقع. اليوم نحمد الله عز وجل أنه لدينا بكفاءات شبابنا وشابات الوطن عملوا على ديزاين وإكسكيوشن وبلاننج من A to Z على المشروع. كان لدينا منظومة قطاع حيوي اللي هو يقع في نيوم. أنشأنا المستودع، كان يوجد لدينا الارتفيشال انتليجنس والاي او تي انتجريشن مع الاس اي بي. الريديزايننج هذا اليوم كون عندنا 400% اللي هو الستورج اريا، الاكيورسي 100%، الفلكسبيتي والاجيلتي 100%. اضافه الى ذلك انه المستودع عندنا هو ريتين اوف انفستمنت. والشيء الأهم واللي هو العامل المهم اليوم عندنا الديوريشن تايم للإنباوندنج والأوتباوندنج. بحمد الله رفعنا الكفاءة من 240 دقيقة إلى 5 minutes، أي بمعدل 98%. أيضا حصلت المؤسسة على شهادة الملكية الفكرية على البلاننج والديزاين والإكسكيوشن. كان اليوم قيمة الريهابيتيشن بلس التكنولوجي اللي هو الاي او تي والريبوتكس والانتجريشن مع الاس اي بي 5 مليون سعودي ريال. والريتين اوف انفستمنت اليوم عندنا سنوي من الانباوندنج والاوت باوندنج اليوم عندنا 20 مليون ريال. ايضا اليوم طبقنا عندنا الار بي اي في اليوم المانديت جالس يكبر عندنا في قطاع المياه، فاليوم لازم انه نواكب التقنيه. طبقنا الار بي اي على السبلاي تشين كامل، ولله الحمد اليوم اثمر في نقص الديوريشن تايم الى 36%. وبأشارك معكم ان سمحتوا لي فيديو بسيط يوضح العملية كاملة. واضح الفيديو؟
لغاية الآن ما اشتغل أخوي عبد المحسن.
شغال الآن أخوي عبد المجيد؟ شغال الآن؟
لا لا، ما هو شغال، الشاشة ثابتة عندك. لغاية الآن الشاشة ثابتة.
اشتغل الفيديو أخوي عبد المجيد؟
لا لا لا، ما اشتغل ما اشتغل.
طب الآن الشاشة على السلايد؟
الشاشة على السلايد صحيح.
إيه.
الشاشة على السلايد.
أنا نحاول مرة أخرى. شغال؟
لا، ما
ما
زالت
في مشكلة.
الشاشة على السلايد. بس يمدينا مثلا ناخذ القصة عن طريقك، عن الار بي اي، وعن البرنامج سميته انت اللي هو
طويق. طويق. طب سمينا
طويقة.
البرنامج طويق. اليوم عندنا احنا جالسين نتحدى انفسنا، اضيفت الينا مانديت جديد بمعدل 50% عن اللود. فانا اليوم احتاج كومبتنسز واوبريشن مان باور وتريننج وكوستنج دايركت ولا ان دايركت.
وهذا الآن خلاص مطبق حاليا الآن في اس دبليو سي صحيح؟
عندنا الكواليفيكيشن اليوم انشانا بوابه التعامل يكون من البزنس تو بزنس ومن البزنس تو كاستمر ثرو بورتال. الانتجريشن مع السي بي كان بري كواليفيكيشن. سابقا عندنا ياخذ 11 يوم، في عام 22 23 وصلنا الى 3 ايام.
محسن لو تشارك البرزنتيشن مرة ثانية معليش.
شغال البرزنتيشن عندي يا عبد المجيد، اخوي عبد المجيد.
لا، لغاية الآن ما هو موجود عندي. بدك تشاركها مرة ثانية؟ الآن ظهر قدامي الأوتلوك. ايوه الآن ظهر البرزنتيشن. يعطيك العافية مهندس عبد المحسن، تفضل.
يعطيكم العافيه جميعا وسامحونا. فاليوم انشأنا الكواليفيكيشن بورتال. هذه كان فكره بدون اي اكسبنسز، كذلك كانت عندنا في اللوكال كومبتنسز. وسمينا البورتال هذا هو ثقه. اليوم التعامل بين البي تو بي اللي هو البزنس تو بزنس ولا بزنس تو كاستمر لازم انها تكون انها سوليد، وتكون انها يعني فيها تحول رقمي، بحيث انه اليوم التعامل يكون بينهم اسهل واسرع وباقل تكلفه ممكنه. فالبوابه هذه نقصت عندنا الكواليفيكيشن بيريود زي ما هو واضح عندنا. اليوم عندنا ابروف ليست عليها. كذلك التعاقد الرقمي اللي هو أنشأناه بالتعاون مع هيئة الحكومة الرقمية. اليوم الكونتراكت عندنا مؤثر بشكل كامل على البرودكشن بلان. في اليوم احنا نتكلم على كريتيكال زون، اللهم لك الحمد، حققنا من 46 يوم إلى اليوم 19 يوم. يعني اليوم كان في نقلة نوعية صراحة بالتعاقد. أنشأنا كذلك RFB كير سنتر اللي هو لإنشاء الكراسات وفق نظام المنافسات والمشتريات الحكومية، وكان التارجت ديت مع الزملاء في كفاءة الإنفاق والمحتوى المحلي 15 يوم، وصلنا في عام 23 تقريبا إلى 6 أيام كأفريج. فاليوم عندنا تحسن. كذلك اليوم عندنا انتهينا إنه من إنشاء RFB في أغلب المجالات الهندسية والسيفل، وتكون اللاين مع government procurement policy. فصراحة هذه من أحد الأشياء اللي تدعو للمفخر لنا جميعا، أن اليوم هذه تخدم المملكة العربية السعودية في قطاع المياه، فإنه يعني بتكون لها أثر يعني كبير جدا على الأوبريشن اكسلنسي والسستينابيلتي واللايبيلتي. كذلك برضو عندنا الستوك اناليسيز، انشانا لها داشبورد في SAP. كذلك انه كذلك يعني اليوم اصبح كل CEO المنظومه عند الداشبورد يوضح له الانباوندنج والاوتباوندنج والسبير بارت في جميع الكاتيجوريز. كذلك اليوم كان عندنا ماركتينج للمنافسات في عام 22 تقدم عندنا اليوم دعم المحتوى المحلي 11,000 مورد ومقاول محلي. في عام 2023 زدنا الطموح وبالتعاون مع الزملاء في المحتوى المحلي إلى 2372 مورد. كذلك اليوم أحد قصص النجاح اللي هو الكاترج فلتر عن طريق الاتفاقيات الإيطالية، صار عندنا سبندنج افشنسي 40%. اليوم الكاترج فلتر عليه هاي كونسومشن، لأنه اليوم احنا نستخدم منظومات صديقة للبيئة. كذلك اليوم البريكيورمنت لايف سايكل نزل عندنا إلى 192%، أنه يكون من ال PR to PO كافريج 3 days. كذلك اليوم عندنا الالكتريكال موتور اللي عن طريق الريفيرس انجينيرنج والاتراكتيف نيو انفستر. كذلك حققنا كوست اناليسيز اللي هو 78 مليون. اليوم اطلقنا استراتيجيه عام 2020 للسبندنج افشنسيز، حققنا فيها 0.9 بليون. اليوم وصلنا 3.64 بليون. فاليوم زي ما احنا نشوف نعتمد على النيغوشيشن، الريفيرس انجينيرنج والاستراتيجيك بريكيورمنت والالترناتيف ريسورس بالتعاون مع الزملاء هيئة كفاءة الانفاق والمشروعات الحكومية. اليوم عندنا كذلك الشهادات اللي حصلنا عليها خلال عام 23. شاكر لكم حسن استماعكم وسامحونا على الخلل. يعطيكم العافية جميعا. في أي سؤال استفسار الله يحييكم.
يعطيك الصحة والعافية مهندس عبد المحسن على مشاركة يعني خصوصا التقنية الآن، مثل البرامج اللي أطلقتوها طويق وثقة، بالعكس جدا ممتازة. طيب نفتح الآن المجال للأسئلة. لو في أي سؤال يمديكم تستخدموا raise your hand، كذلك تكتبوها في الشات، لكن نبدأ بريزنج هاند. عقبال ما يجي سؤال، أنا صراحة حاب أسألك سؤال مهندس عبد المحسن. الآن أحد يمكن التحديات اللي أنتم واجهتوها اللي هو الآن في سياسات وإجراءات من المشتريات الحكومية، لكن في نفس الوقت أنتم يعني اشتغلتوا على بعض الترانسفورميشن، بعض برامج التحول. فكيف سويتوا الالاينمنت والتوافق مع منصة اعتماد؟
يعطيك العافية أخوي عبد المجيد، سؤال جيد. اليوم المؤسسة بدأت بالتعاون مع الزملاء في منصة اعتماد في عام 2020. بداية كان في تحدي، فكان أهم توافق بيننا وبين الزملاء هو عبارة عن التشينج مانجمنت. يكون ابلاي الفلسفي حق التشينج مانجمنت واداره التغيير، لا سواء من فريق العمل اللي في المؤسسه او الزملاء في منصه اعتماد. كان التارجت والمانديت واضح، كانت في يعني تيم وورك بيننا وبين الزملاء، وكان في اكسبوجر عالي. اليوم اللهم لك الحمد نتكلم عن الماتوريتي ليفل للجفرمنت بيكيورمنت بوليسي. عندي ما شاء الله شباب من 2-3 سنوات، اقدر اقول انهم ان شاء الله انهم زي ما تقول السينيور ليفل، وبعضهم ما شاء الله يعني وصل انه يكون سبجكت ماتر اكسبرت في الجفرمنت بريكيورمنت بوليسي. وكان في اصلا اكسبوجر لجميع القطاعات، سواء عندنا الاوبريشن والمينتنس، ان المانديت عندهم اليوم اللي هو التشغيل والانتاج، والبروجكت سواء كان الديزاين او الاكسكيوشن.
طيب ممتاز.
جوابي واضح؟
واضح واضح.
الله يعطيك العافية.
يعطيك الصحة والعافية مهندس عبد المحسن، شكرا لك وشكرا لوقتك.
يعطيكم العافية جميعا، وشاكر لكم ومقدر حسن استماعكم. إذا في أي استفسار ولا تواصل أسعد بتواصلكم جميعا. الله يعطيكم العافية.
شكرا، جزاك الله خير.
شكرا لك. طيب, now we will go with the next presentation with Mr. Sultan Al-Qahtani, is the Director for Inventory and Warehousing at National Water Company, and he will speak about the warehousing and logistic for KSA 2030 vision. Welcome, Mr. Sultan. الله يحييك.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. صباح الخير. Good morning everybody.
Good morning. The stage is yours, Mr. Sultan.
Yes. Is clear?
Clear. واضح.
Good. Good. طيب بداية أشكر القائمين على هذا المؤتمر، ونسأل الله أن ينفع به يا رب العالمين. نبدأ بعرضنا، وهو سيقدم بإذن الله رؤية سريعة من تقديم الخدمات اللوجستية والدعم المقدم من الدولة لحين تحقيق رؤية المملكة بإذن الله 2030. الرؤية كما نعلم أنها مقسمة، تبدأ من الركائز ثم إلى تبدأ من الركائز منتقلة إلى الأهداف، أهداف الرؤية، ومن ثم الهدف الرئيسي وهو تقديم الخدمة اللوجستية أو الرفع المؤشر الأداء اللوجستي. الركيزة الأساسية هو اقتصاد مزدهر، برنامج تطوير الصناعات الوطنية والخدمات اللوجستية هو البرنامج المعني بهذه الخدمة. ما هي المحفزات والممكنات لهذه الخدمة؟ هي كون المملكة تقع في ملتقى الطرق بين 3 قارات رئيسية، آسيا وأفريقيا وأوروبا، وتسمى الرؤية أن يكون موقعها فاعلا لتصبح مركزا رئيسيا للتجارة الدولية وتطلق شراكات جديدة لتنمية الاقتصاد ودعم الشركات المحلية بتنمية الصادرات. المملكة بإذن الله مستهدفة أن يمر من خلالها أكثر من 70% من الصادرات والواردات على مستوى العالم في الاقتصاد العالمي. الهدف الرئيسي هو رفع تصنيف المملكة في مؤشر الأداء اللوجستي من المركز 49 إلى المركز 25. ولعلي أستذكر هنا كلام سمو ولي العهد، سمو سيدي ولي العهد، بخصوص ماذا بعد 2030، فقال 2040. بإذن الله لنا أهداف، بإذن الله نصل إلى المراكز الأول، إذا لم يكن الأول. نحن بإذن الله شعب لا نرضى إلا بالأول بإذن الله، فسيكون أهدافنا بإذن الله، تكون طموحاتنا وأهدافنا بإذن الله أكبر، وخلال 2040 أو 2050 بإذن الله نقدر أن نكون حققنا المركز الأول في تصنيف مؤشر الأداء اللوجستي. مشاريع على مسار الرؤية، عندما وضعت الرؤية وضع لها برامج ووضع لها مشاريع تحفز تطبيق هذه الرؤية وتجعل هذه الرؤية بإذن الله واقع ملموس بإذن الله في المملكة العربية السعودية. من أهم المشاريع على مسار الرؤية مشروع الممر الاقتصادي بين الهند والخليج العربي وأوروبا. هذا الممر الذي سيخدم بإذن الله أكثر أو سيحقق سرعة في التوصيل بما يعادل 40%، أكثر ب 40% عن الوضع الحالي. هذا الممر أعلن عنه سمو سيدي ولي العهد محمد بن سلمان. لعلك قرأت أمس تعليق من جو بايدن الرئيس الأمريكي، يقول أن الممر هذا سيغير خارطة الطريق في الشرق الأوسط، وسيكون بمثابة الشريان الرئيسي لنقل التجارة العالمية من الهند إلى أوروبا وبالعكس. أوضح أن المشروع يأتي تتويجا لما عملنا عليه معا خلال الأشهر الماضية، البلورة الأسس التي بنيت عليها هذه المذكرة. تم توقيع المذكرة التفاهم في الهند، كما اتفق القادة على التوصل إلى خطة عمل خلال السنتين، خلال 60 يوما القادمة. وصف الرئيس الأمريكي جو بايدن بأن الاتفاق فعلا تاريخي، وكما ذكرنا الممر الاقتصادي بين الهند والخليج العربي وأوروبا سيحقق سرعة أكثر ب 40%. المشروع الثاني هو مشروع الجسر البري السعودي، سعودي لاند بريدج. هذا الجسر الذي سيمتد خلال المملكة في 6 تقاطعات أو 6 خطوط رئيسية. الخط الأول ترقية الشبكة الداخلية لمدينة الجبيل الصناعية، وهي قيد الإنشاء حاليا، سيتطلب بناء المسار 10 كيلومترات. الخط الثاني هو تطوير خط السكة الحديدية من الجبيل إلى الدمام، والذي هو أيضا قيد الإنشاء حاليا، سوف يتطلب بناء المسار 35 كيلومتر. الخط الثالث يتضمن تطوير خط السكك الحديدية من الدمام إلى الرياض بطول 87 كيلومترا. والخط الرابع الذي يعرف باسم طريق دائري الرياض، الشبكة القائمة في شمال المدينة إلى جنوبها، وهي مقسمة إلى مجموعتين، الأولى بطول 67 كيلومتر والثانية بطول 35 كيلومتر. الخط الخامس فهو رابط من الرياض إلى جدة ومن ثم إلى ميناء الملك عبد الله، ويبلغ طول هذا الخط 920 كيلومتر، وسيبلغ طول خط جدة إلى ميناء المملكة إلى ميناء الملك عبد الله 146 كيلومترا. الخط السادس والأخير هو خط جديد بطول 172 كيلومترا من ميناء الملك عبد الله إلى مدينة ينبع الصناعية. المملكة ستنفق على هذه الخطوط يعني ما يقارب 7 مليارات دولار. يتوقع أن يبدأ مشروع خط سكك الحديد الجديد بطول 950 كيلومتر خلال هذا الربع الأول من العام، وبإذن الله نرى ونسمع إن شاء الله ما يسرنا بخصوص هذه الخطوط. هذه الخطوط ستكون هي البنية التحتية الأساسية لبناء السكك الحديدية لتوصيل لتقديم الخدمات اللوجستية في المملكة، وسيكون لها بإذن الله الحظوة في رفع كفاءة الخدمات اللوجستية في المملكة والوصول بإذن الله إلى تحقيق الرؤية. المشروع الثالث هو مشروع المخطط العام للخدمات اللوجستية. أعلن سمو سيدي ولي العهد المخطط العام للمراكز اللوجستية، وهو 59 مركزا لوجستيا بمساحة تتجاوز 100 مليون متر مربع. كون المملكة ستتحول إلى مركز رئيسي لتوزيع وتحويل البضائع في العالم بإذن الله، فسيكون من المطلوب أن تواجد هذه المراكز اللوجستية 12 مركزا في منطقة الرياض، و12 مركز لمنطقة مكة المكرمة، 17 مركزا للمنطقة الشرقية، و18 مركزا متوزعة في بقية مناطق ومدن المملكة العربية السعودية. هذا المخطط العام سيضمن بإذن الله تواجدية الخدمات اللوجستية في كل مدن ومناطق المملكة، ويمثل القطاع الخدمات اللوجستية إحدى الركائز الواعدة للتنوع الاقتصادي، بما يضمن بإذن الله رفع الكفاءة اللوجستية لخدمة المملكة وتحقيق رؤية المملكة الواعدة. أخيرا وليس آخرا، لعل بعض الحضور يسأل وش الفائدة إني أنا، طيب أنا حضرت اليوم وش الفائدة؟ خلونا نتكلم بشكل بسيط عن الفرص الاستثمارية أو الفرص التي بالإمكان خدمة القطاعات، سواء الشركات الحكومية، الهيئات، المؤسسات. ما الواجب علي أنا في القطاعات هذه عشان أواكب التقدم في الخدمات اللوجستية؟ هذه أحد الفرص الاستثمارية الواعدة، هي المستودعات السحابية ويرهاوس كلاود. المستودعات السحابية الآن الخط الفاصل في المملكة والذي سيقسم المملكة لنصفين بالضبط هو الخط الممر البري من جدة إلى الدمام مرورا بالعاصمة. سيربط هذا الخط ساحلي المملكة، الساحل الغربي والساحل الشرقي، بممر بري سيكون بمثابة مستودع متحرك. إنشاء مستودعات سحابية في هذه المدن أصبح الآن هو وجهة أغلب الشركات، والمفروض أن يتم دراستها بشكل موسع وإيجاد الفرص منها. الآن إذا تم إنشاء المستودعات السحابية هذه، عفوا، إنشاء المستودعات السحابية هذه على طول الخط الواصل بين ساحلي المملكة، سيضمن تواجدية تقديم الخدمات اللوجستية والمستودعية على مستوى المملكة، بحيث يتم تقديم خدمات المستودعات على طول الخط، ومن ثم تحويل هذه المواد إلى ما يسمى بالميل الأخير أو اللاست مايل. الميل الأخير سيكون بمثابة تقديم الخدمة للمستخدم النهائي والمستهلك النهائي. فيما يخص المؤسسات والشركات الحكومية، عند التوجه لهذه الخطة سيضمن لكم تواجدية المواد لمواد قطع الغيار والمواد الأولية، تواجدها بشكل مستمر، بالإضافة إلى تقديم الخدمة بشكل أسرع، وبناء موثوقية لتواجدية الخدمات اللوجستية في هذا القطاع. أتمنى أن الفرصة الاستثمارية تنول يعني إعجابكم واستحسانكم. في حال وجود أي استفسار آخر أو إضافة أخرى فأرجو التواصل. إلى هنا أنا أشكركم، وسعيد جدا أني كنت معكم خلال الفترة هذه. شكرا للجميع.
تسلم أستاذ سلطان. طيب نتيح الأسئلة للجمهور إذا كان في أي سؤال. طيب أوكي، يعطيك العافية أستاذ سلطان، شكرا لك.
عافيك.
And now we will move to the third presentation with Mr. Alexander Borg, the board member at the Institute of Supply Chain. And he will speak about the human resources performance matrix in the warehousing. Welcome, Mr. Alex.
Good morning, Abdul Majid. Assalamu alaikum.
Good morning.
كيف حالك? Greetings from Dubai. I need to make share screen, right?
Yes, can you share the screen, please?
Yes. Can you see it this way? Okay.
Yes, just to put it in presentation mode and you could proceed.
Okay. Good morning to everyone. I would like to thank everyone for inviting me to be part of this prestigious panel and conference. I congratulate ECS and the organizers. And good to be back in Saudi virtually this time, and looking forward to share my experience. Okay, as we do normally, I am going to talk about the human resources in the supply chain, and the topic which we selected is about performance metrics in the supply chain, because we all know that warehouse is a cost for the company. Okay, evaluating the performance of the warehouse employees is crucial for ensuring tracking and the specific metrics management to gain insights into various aspects of warehouse operations, from accuracy point of view, productivity, safety, and the last one is the customer satisfaction. Through the years of experience and knowledge in the sector, we have developed about 15 metrics, which I'm going to share with all of you. And here we are. First one is the picking accuracy, order fulfillment, safety, productivity, labor cost, inventory, cycle time, loading, tendency, quality control, equipment, returns, space utilization, which is one of the most crucial things in warehouse, customer satisfaction, and the last one in this, and is the continuous improvement. Picking accuracy. Picking accuracy measures the percentage orders picked. It is tracked by comparing the actual items picked against the order list. Higher values are better as they indicate fewer picking mistakes. Tracking this metrics is crucial. Is crucial for minimizing errors in order fulfillment. A low picking accuracy can lead to increased returns and customer satisfaction. And there is some points which I would like when it's time to implement. First of all, barcoding scanning is important nowadays to ensure the correct and eliminate the human error. Providing regular training to staff on accuracy picking methods, utilize pick-to-light systems for error reduction, conduct frequent audits to identify and correct picking errors, optimize warehouse layout, and finally implement incentives programs for accuracy picking. I would like to stress an important issue here. It's very important that we have not only a top-down approach from the management, but it's important those of us who have been working in the warehouse for many, many years or have been there, it's always to take the feedback from the bottom-up approach, because at the end of the day, these warehouse personnel, the ones who are working in the warehouse. The second metrics is about order fulfillment. Order fulfillment rate assesses the proportion of orders fulfillment on time. It's calculating by dividing the number of orders shipped on time by the total number of orders. Higher rates are better, indicate effective and timely order processing. Tracking this metric helps in evaluating the efficiency of the order processing system. Poor values might indicate issues in inventory management or processing delays. How to improve this? First of all, we need to optimize the inventory to avoid stockouts, streamline the order processes system, implement good warehouse management systems or any other software systems that would add value, enhance communication and coordination among all staff among the warehouse, automate certain steps in the fulfillment process, regular review of just fulfillment strategies, monitor supplier performance to ensure times restocking. The number 3, safety compliance formula. Safety compliance track and enhance the warehouse staff protocols. It's measured by observing and recording adherence to safety standards during operations. Higher compliance rates are desired, indicate safer working environment. I know that in many companies, safety is becoming number 1. So with that, monitoring this metrics is essential for reducing workplace accidents and ensure employee well-being. Low compliance can lead to increased accident and potential legal issues. How we can improve this? Conduct regulated safety and training drills, clear communication, enforce strict protocols, regular inspect and maintain equipment, automate certain steps in fulfillment orders, reward and just fulfillment strategies, and monitor and use warehouse cameras to perform safety audits. Number 4, productivity. Okay, productivity. Productivity per hour evaluates the amount of work, like the number of order processed or units handled complete per hour. Higher values indicate greater efficiency. This metric is crucial for understanding workforce efficiency and optimize labor utilization. Lower productivity per hour could signal inefficiencies, inefficient training, or inadequate resources. How we can improve? Implement lean management systems in the warehouse, use technology to automate repetitive tasks, provide training to the staff, optimize warehouse layout. This is very crucial for smoother operations, set clear goals and expectations to all employees, monitor and analyze productivity data, and encourage regular breaks to maintain employees' focus and energy. So sorry to go through it because I have around 20 slides, but I need to move on. Labor cost per unit. Labor cost per unit calculates the cost of labor for each unit handled in the warehouse. It determines by dividing the total labor cost by the total number of units processed. Lower values are preferably indicate more cost-effective labor utilization. This metric helps in assessing labor efficiency and financial performance. How we can improve this? Labor scheduling to match workforce demands, enhance process efficiency to reduce labor hours per task, automate tasks where possible to reduce manual labor, provide training again, monitor, optimize the overtime use, implement cross-training to utilize labor more, staff rotation and talking, look out for late starts, long breaks, and more formats to time theft, analyze workforce to identify and eliminate inefficiencies. Inventory count accuracy. Inventory count accuracy evaluates how accuracy employees count inventory. It's calculated by comparing the results of physical count to system records. Higher accuracy rates are better, ensuring reliable stock data for order fulfillment and planning. Poor inventory count accuracy can lead to stock discrepancy, affecting order processing and inventory management. Again, how we can improve inventory control? Count, conduct regular and systematic inventory audits, use barcode again, train employees through the inventory counting procedures, implement cycle count to manage inventory accuracy continuously, use management software for better tracking, encourage culture of attention to detail among staff, review and refine inventory counting. I would like to stress on the inventory because sometimes this process is very hectic and takes time. It's crucial to train staff in the stock takings. Cycle counts accuracy formula. Inventory count accuracy evaluates how accuracy employees count. I think. Oh, on number 7. Sorry. Yes. Cycle time. Cycle time is the duration taken to complete specific task in the warehouse, such as picking or packing an order. Shorter time cycles indicates higher efficiency. It's measured by timing, how long tasks take to complete. Lower cycle times are preferable, reflecting faster operations. Higher cycle times might indicate process bottlenecks or efficiency. How can I improve this? Streamline workforce to automate the necessary steps, implement efficient layout and organization in the warehouse, use automation to speed repetitive tasks, provide training, use time tracking tools to address delays, encourage continuous improvement and feedback from employees, regular review to update process. As you can see, from these steps, from these 15 steps in the metrics, I'm repeating some of it because like training of staff and improve warehouse layout is coming every time. Okay, it's crucial. Loading and unloading efficiency. The reason that we are emphasizing on this is because in many countries and in many regions and in many organizations, warehouse have to be in parallel with the distribution or with the marketing. For example, in the food industry, in the FMCG, we all know that sometimes companies are working in a very competitive and high cutting edge situation and environment. So they try to offer a value added to their customers by offer faster lead times, faster distribution, smoother, etc. So you need to make sure that the warehouse staff is working in parallel with the marketing and sales by implementing these kind of metrics. That is why I am emphasizing on this kind of metrics. The whole message is A warehouse staff must know what to do, how to do, and when. This is the whole message about it. Number 8, loading and unloading efficiency. Loading and unloading efficiency measures the speed and accuracy with each employee's load and unload goods. It's calculating by dividing the total units loaded and unloaded by the total time taken for these activities. Higher efficiency is better, indicating quicker turnaround times and reduced bottlenecks. Low efficiency can lead to delays in shipping and receiving. How we can improve? Implement organized standard loading procedures like SOPs, use appropriate and well-maintained equipment, train staff how to load and unload. Scheduling is very important. Optimize again warehouse layout for easier access to goods, regular maintaining of equipment, and implement teamwork strategies to streamline the process. Attendance and punctuality. Monitor employees to schedule working hours. It is calculated by comparing actual hours to schedule. Higher rates indicate better adherence to schedule, essential for maintaining consistent workforce. For attendance and punctuality can disrupt operations and reduce overall productivity. Again, how can I improve this? Implement flexible scheduling to accommodate employee needs, set clear expectations and consequences to late and absences, offer incentives for consistent attendance and use time tracking software, address the underlying issues causing poor attendance, providing support for transportation and childcare if necessary for employees, foster a positive work environment to encourage employee commitment and ownership of the situation. Number 10, quality control compliance. Quality control adherence to quality standards in handling and processing goods in the warehouse. It is measured by inspecting good products and comparing them to quality benchmarks. Higher compliance rates are better, indicate fewer defects and higher quality outputs. Tracking these metrics is important to maintain productivity, quality, and customer satisfaction. Low compliance rates can lead to increased returns and damage the company reputation. How can I improve this? Provide comprehensive training on quality standards. Implement regular quality inspection and audits. Use technology for precise measures. Encourage culture of quality and attention to detail. Continuous review and update of quality standards. Foster open communication about quality and recognize and reward for quality standards. Number 11, equipment. Equipment handling proficiency evaluates skill in using warehouse equipment for forklifters and then mechanical handling equipment. It is calculating by observing and recording successful operations versus total operations. Higher proficiency rates are desirable, indicate safety and effective equipment use. Monitor this metrics is crucial for ensuring operation efficiency and safety. Proficiency can lead to increased accidents and equipment damage. How can I improve this? Provide regular and comprehensive equipment training, implement a certain process for equipment operations, conduct routine equipment checks and maintenance, create mentorship programs for less experienced operators, encourage practice and hands-on experience, monitor and address equipment-related accidents promptly, update regular equipment to newer and more efficient models. Return processing. Return processing time measure the efficiency in handling returns. It calculates by dividing the total time taken for return processing by the number of returns. Lower times are better, indicate quicker and more efficient handling in returns. Higher return processing times can lead to customer satisfaction and increased cost. How can we improve this? Streamline the return process with clear procedures, implement dedicated staff of teams for return processing, use technology to track, provide training on efficient handling on returns, continuous review of the adjustment of the return process, encourage feedback, and automate data entry and processing steps where possible. Space utilization. Oh, this is the most important thing, because if you go to any company and you're doing some training for them, the first thing they will bring in on board is if you carry out a SWOT analysis in the warehouse, they will talk about space. Space is never enough in the warehouse. So let us go through it. Space utilization assesses how effectively warehouse space is used. It compares the occupied space against the total available space. Higher values indicate better utilization. Efficient space uses maximize storage, reduce clutter, and enhance workflow. Low utilization efficiency may signal underused space, inefficiency layout, or overstocking. How can I improve this? Reevaluate and optimize the warehouse space regularly. Use vertical space for storage to free up floor space. Implement just-in-time where possible to minimize inventory overstocking. Invest in compact space efficiency storage solution. Conduct regular inventory audits to identify where reduce stock overall. Implement warehouse management system or NU software for better space management. Train staff in efficiency space utilization techniques. Customer satisfaction. Customer satisfaction gauge customer satisfaction with warehouse service, focusing on order accuracy and delivering on times. These metrics are derived from customers' feedbacks and surveys. Higher scores donates greater customer satisfaction. Tracking customer satisfaction metrics is crucial for understanding customer needs and maintaining a positive brand and reputation. Poor scores may indicate issues in order fulfillment or product quality. How we can improve this? Enhance order accuracy through rigorous checking, streamline process again, provide exceptional customer service for inquiries and concern, regularly seek and act upon customers' feedback straight away, regular customization of options and flexible delivery, train staff on customer service, especially on order processing, employ technology for real-time monitoring and process optimization. And last one, continuous improvement. This is important because it measures employee involvement in enhancing the warehouse operations. This qualitative metrics and data evaluates the number and effectiveness of improving projects and warehouse activities. Active participation in continuous improvement indicates a commitment to operational excellence. Limited involvement might suggest lack of innovation and adaptability. How we can improve this? Foster a culture that values employee feedback and suggestion, especially what I spoke about, the bottom-up approach. Create formal channels for submitting and reviewing improvements ideas. Recognize awards among employees. Offer training on problem solving. Facilitate collaboration across various departments of the supply chain. Conduct regular process review to identify potential improvements, and finalize use analytical tools and data to pinpoint areas for efficiency gains. That is all from my side. Sorry, I was a bit speed, but I had to go through because we have time schedule. But I'm sure that Abdul Majid, correct me, these presentations will be distributed among everyone, right? Hello?
Thank you very much, Mr. Alex. Yes, there is one question about are the matrix shown are standard APQC matrix?
Yes, yes.
Alex, Abdul Majid, Alex asked about the distribution of the material, and on behalf of you, I confirmed that subject.
Thank you.
I think regulators will distribute the material to the audiences.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you have, then we will go to the Q&A at the end part. Okay. Now we will go with Faris Mustafa, the General Manager at Arca Consulting, and he will speak about how AI will change the warehousing industry. Also, it is an interesting subject.
Thank you very much, Abdul Majid. Assalamu alaikum jami'an. I'm not sure if I should speak in English or Arabic. I prepared the presentation in English, but I can switch if that's acceptable by the organizing team. First, I would like. تفضل.
Go ahead, Mr. Faris.
Switch is okay?
Yes, you could speak in English and the switch is okay if you need just to elaborate more something in Arabic.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so first I would like to thank the organizing committee very much for having me here and accepting my presentation. I would like also to thank all the audience and the fellow colleagues who gave the presentations so far. Very interesting so far. So I'm really learning a lot from attending with everyone here. Today, I wanted to talk about something that is quite often discussed these days, which is AI and how this can affect our industry. My brother Sultan talked a lot about the future vision of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and I think there is a lot that can be added here with all the ambition and with all the action going on. I think there is a lot that can still use the technology and the new methods of doing things to change the logistics landscape in Saudi. So that's why I came up with this topic. Let me introduce myself quickly. I'm the general manager of ARQA Training and Consulting. We have offices in different places in the world. And myself, I have experience around 21 years, Apex instructor. I worked in FMCG, oil and gas, and pharmaceutical before. So this is quickly what we want to cover: the landscape of warehousing in Saudi these days, the rise of AI in warehousing, what happened in AI in the last period, especially in the warehousing area. How can we use that as the future of warehousing and the applications? How can we apply the AI in warehousing? Challenges, because it involves a lot of challenges as well, and then conclusion and the QA. So very briefly يعني باختصار شديد بالعربي النهارده هتكلم على الذكاء الاصطناعي في المخازن والمستودعات وازاي نقدر نستفيد منه بأشكال مختلفة. As I said, my brother Sultan talked a lot about the vision. And here I have few numbers just to show how big things are moving, adding to what my brother Sultan discussed before. So the compound we see a lot of we see a lot of projects taking place these days. We have Modon, for example, building 14 high-tech warehouses in Jeddah. Another almost $250 million on logistics parks to be built in Dammam. Kingdom is in a drive to modernize operations. There is an objective to automate around 4,000 factories. 4,000 مصنع مفروض يتم تحديثهم ويبقوا digital أو رقميين أكتر. If you look at the numbers on the left, this is just to tell you how much growing the opportunity in the warehousing sector in Saudi. And I know we talked about that and the investment opportunities in that, but still with all the push and all the growth that's happening, still the warehousing is undersupplied. So there is still opportunity. And again, I'm confirming what Brother Sultan mentioned, that there is still a big opportunity to build more warehouses. But the question is, should we just build warehouses or we just build modern 2024 warehouses? That's the question. So these are some, when we talk about AI, we cannot just talk about AI. We need to talk about the digitalization of the whole warehouses industry. So here, I'm just mentioning some of the other tools that companies can use to progress in their digitalization process or journey. most warehouses now have WMS, but surprisingly, we go to companies up till now and we find that the warehouses are not using warehouse management systems like Excel sheets and stuff. This is something that first has to be fixed before we talk about AI. RFID, radio frequency identification, another powerful tool that can be used in warehouses to automate warehouses and change warehouses. And we personally had a couple of experiences with RFID warehousing, and it delivered great results. At least the least I can mention, instead, if your warehouses takes hours and days to do stock count, you can do RFID and you can get your warehouse counted probably in 1 hour or less even. So such things can take you step by step into the AI or the total better picture of the warehouse that you have. Of course, automated MHEs, material handling equipment. So that's, and we've seen the robots being spreading and getting more popular even in most of the Middle East countries. Big data analytics, I'll talk about that later. And gradually, if you're able to implement most of these steps, you will automatically and easily get into the artificial intelligence era in warehouses. So basically, what's artificial intelligence? It's basically not just giving the information to the system and the system just analyzing the system, but we allow the system and the software to come up with ideas and solutions. ببساطة شديدة الذكاء الصناعي مش فقط في المستودعات، في كل حاجة، هي فكرة إنه مش بس بيجمع المعلومات ويحللها ويديني المعلومات دي، لا هو كمان بياخد المعلومات دي ويبني عليها قرارات أو بيديني عليها recommendations أو اقتراحات. And that's what makes artificial intelligence the next level. So if you are aiming to apply artificial intelligence in anything, first, you have to make sure that you have the right data, you have the right tools to analyze the data, and then we ask the softwares to start taking decisions. يعني اللي بحاول أقوله إن الموضوع ما نقدرش ننط على المرحلة بتاعة الذكاء الصناعي مرة واحدة، محتاجين نبني ونأسس بالتدريج إن يكون عندنا المعلومات المظبوطة الصحيحة من مصادر مختلفة، وبعد كده نبتدي نحلل المعلومات دي بطريقة مظبوطة، وبعدين نبتدي نطلب من السوفت وير إن هو يبتدي ياخد قرارات لينا. In that sense, I would like to talk about the difference between big data analytics and artificial intelligence, because for years, big data analytics in the last probably 5-6 years, big data was the big vibe. Everyone was interested in big data analytics, which still applies, by the way. And we have applied a couple of softwares or projects related to big data, and the results were always amazing. But the question is, how can we take this big data? And this big data can come from Excel sheets, can come from ERP system, of course, WMS system, whatever sources of data that you have. So big data collects, big data softwares collects all these data, does the number crunching, and come up with things that usually we were not able to see before. البيج داتا اناليتكس او تحليل البيانات العملاقه بيعمل ببساطه انه بيجمع معلومات كبيره جدا وبيحللها بحيث ان احنا نقدر نشوف المعلومات دي بشكل احنا ما كناش شايفينه قبل كده، او تورينا اشياء لم نستطيع رؤيتها كبشر في الاخر. الفرق مع الارتفيشال انتليجنس ان الارتفيشال انتليجنس او الذكاء الصناعي بياخد كل المعلومات دي وبيبني عليها قرارات، بيطلع منها بحلول للمشاكل، بيتعلم منها، فبيعرف ان دايما عندي فور اكزامبل، دايما على سبيل المثال بيحصل عندي في شهر رمضان زياده في مبيعات المنتجات الالبان مثلا، فالسيستم ما يعرفش ان في رمضان، بس بيقدر يحلل ده من معلومات على مر السنوات. So artificial intelligence will just take the big data analytics and analyze it. Not analyze it, it's already analyzed, but start building problem-solving techniques, finding solutions, taking decisions, and learning. So I was just giving an example about Ramadan, for example. In the FMCG industry, in the dairy products, you will find a lot of demand happening in dairy products in Ramadan. So if I am the artificial intelligence software, I will automatically notice that every year in the same time, there is a spike or there is an increase in demand in dairy products for my warehouse. And this will trigger a lot of other decisions. The software will automatically start thinking, now we're approaching this month where we see a lot of demand. So what should I do? Maybe I should put the dairy products closer to the gates, for example, to make the loading and unloading, as Alexander was just mentioning, loading and unloading easier, so I can increase the efficiency. So this is how the software will gather the information and start taking action based on that. So why do we implement AI, or why should we be eager to implement AI or adopt AI in the industry? Number one, it helps us with efficiency big time, and same concepts like lean warehousing. Probably I'm a bit an older man. I remember when we used to implement lean warehousing 20 years ago. Now, the softwares will help you to achieve that in a much easier way. So higher efficiency, better decision-making, increased automation, and there are a lot of benefits, of course, challenges of automation, and finally, help employees turn over in distribution centers. One of the problems, and I've seen it a couple of times in warehouses in Saudi, where people leave the warehouse. So you work in the warehouse, you have a lot of experience, and then you leave. And then when someone leaves, you start seeing some drops in some areas until the second line, they catch up and start gaining the experience again. So AI can help you in many of these. So here I'll mention, I think, 7, 8 quick applications that we can use AI in to help us in our logistics and warehousing area. Number one is demand forecasting. Every company I visit, they have an issue with demand forecasting. We don't know how much we're going to sell. We don't know how much demand we will get in the coming period. If you have an AI-supported software for warehousing, this can, instead of going through the cycle here, like on the left, instead of going through the cycle, the software will gather all the information and then will give you an informed forecast. بدلا كل الشركات عندها مشاكل في توقع الطلب، بدل ما نفضل نمشي في خطوات متتالية علشان نوصل للطلب المتوقع في الفترة القادمة، لا، البرنامج هيقدر يجمع المعلومات كلها ويقدر يدينا توقع للمبيعات بشكل منظم أكتر ومدروس أكتر. Again, this is very challenging, and there is a lot of softwares started working on AI. One of them is Arqiva, for example, and we are doing a lot of work with Arqiva now. And even the companies preparing the softwares are developing very fast to catch up with what's happening in the market. يعني حتى الشركات اللي بتقوم بالبرامج دي هي كمان بتشتغل بسرعة شديدة دلوقتي علشان تقدر تخلق البرنامج اللي يتواكب مع التطورات اللي بتحصل في الأسواق. Once we talk about forecasting, comes inventory management. I'm probably sure that most of you see overstocking as an issue in most of the companies you visit or the organizations you visit. تقريبا كل الشركات اللي بروح لها عندها مشاكل في إدارة المخزون، عندها مخزون زيادة عن احتياجاتها. And why is this happening? Because we don't have a proper forecast. One of the reasons is we don't have a proper forecast. And again, the AI will help you in that, because forecast will be better, machine learning will be better. We will know accurate stocks. We will learn, the system will learn. And now I'm not dependent on Firas or anyone to know what are the high selling products and low selling products. Now it will come automatically through the system. So this is another thing. The third thing is stock counts. As I mentioned, AI and RFID will help you so quickly to do the stock count. So you can do stock count every day. Imagine doing a stock count every day that takes 10-15 minutes. So that helps a lot with inventory management. Other applications include route optimization inside the warehouse. How to move things inside the warehouse. إزاي حرك البضاعة أو المخزون داخل المستودع. يروح من الطريق ده ولا يروح من الطريق ده. And we have all seen a lot of videos about the robots in Amazon, for example, the small robots, the 75-kilo robots, and moving the products across the warehouse. And the question is, how do these robots know where to move things? ازاي بتعرف الروبوتس دي او الروبوتس دي بتعرف ازاي تتحرك داخل المخازن زي اللي بنشوفه في امازون؟ ببساطة شديدة في برنامج بيحسب ويقول لو مشيت من الطريق ده داخل المخزن هيكون أوفر في الوقت من الطريق ده، أو الطريق ده فيه بضاعة فخليني أمشي من الطريق التاني، وهكذا. Quality control, again, especially in industries like food and pharmaceutical, it's very important to have temperature sensors and humidity sensors across the warehouse. دائما في مصانع الأدوية والأغذية بيكون في حساسات أو مستشعرات بتحس بدرجات الحرارة والرطوبة في أنحاء المخزن علشان تجمع المعلومات دي. So once the data is collected from the sensors, we can predict problems. We can see that this sensor is not working. We can give alarms. We can even stop loading or dispatching from a certain part of the warehouse because the temperature was not very accurate there. So these are all areas where quality can be affected. Predictive maintenance, we all familiar with preventive maintenance. We do the schedules of maintenance on time. Predictive is basically pushing the machine to work a little bit more so that we save a little bit of money by pushing the maintenance a little, delaying the maintenance a little bit. يعني ببساطة شديدة بدل ما نعمل الجداول الصيانة في أوقات ثابتة، لا إحنا بنتأكد إن فعلا قطعة الغيار دي محتاجة تغيير، ولو مش محتاجة ممكن نخليها تمشي أسبوعين شهر كمان، وبكده نقدر نطول مدة قطعة الغيار وبالتالي نقلل المصروفات. The idea of predictive maintenance can be easily again managed by AI. Order picking optimization, this is quite straightforward. Instead of having people roaming around in the warehouse trying to find products, you can use WMS, or you can even take it a level further and apply AI on that. Scenario planning is general a little bit. So anything we do in the warehouses, we can build scenarios for that. So for example, I'm working as the warehouse manager in Mara'i, for example, in one of the big DCs, and I have a lot of orders to dispatch in the next morning. And this includes different dock stations, different warehouses. Maybe I have different warehouses across the whole kingdom. What type of trucks should I use? What type of contractors should I use? Of course, considering safety, quality, HSE in general. So all of that, this is a lot of information. And there is no one system, at least to my knowledge, that can include all of that into one decision and take the decisions based on that. And human brain, unfortunately, our brains cannot measure everything and optimize everything based on that. If you have AI applications that can build scenarios for you, you can get scenario number one, this will cost you that much, but it maybe have an effect on the delivery times. Scenario number two, maybe it will cost you more, but you can deliver products easier. Scenario number three, you will pay X amount of money, deliver the products on this day, but maybe it can have an impact on the environment. So the softwares, the advanced softwares can take you through different scenarios, and then you can easily pick whatever preference for you or priority for you. And finally, distribution planning outbound. And of course, there is a lot of softwares doing that already. Distribution planning, telling you, get this truck to deliver it to Jeddah, and this truck deliver to Riyadh, and this truck deliver to Dammam, and so on. So there are softwares already in place doing that. Again, what AI can do is integrating this software with the rest of the mechanism or the system that you can have. More application include, Alexander talked a lot about matrices and KPIs in warehouses. Of course, this can all be automated. You still need the KPIs that Alex mentioned, but you need to put it into the software. And then, 10, 15 years ago, we used to spend time preparing the data, the KPIs. It took us 2-3 days to come up with a dashboard for the warehouse. Now, everything is on the system. The sensors picked all the information, and then you can have, with the Power BI, probably you can have a big picture on everything happening in the warehouse continuously. يعني مش محتاجين نستنى آخر الشهر عشان نشوف نتائج الشهر. احنا ممكن كل دقيقة أدخل أشوف نتائج المستودعات شكلها إيه. Of course, safety and risk, HSE, health, safety and environment, plus risk management. This has to be included. And finally, reverse logistics as well. So integrating the reverse logistics or the returns with our day-to-day operation. So this is talking about the applications. The challenge, there is a lot of challenges as well. يعني الموضوع مش بالبساطة دي. مش كل الموضوع جميل وسهل التطبيق وكده. بالعكس, there is a lot of challenges there. Here I'm mentioning just 3 challenges. Number 1, high initial implementation cost. Usually cost is very expensive. Number 2, you affect unemployment, for example. So in some countries, you need people to work. You don't want robots to work. And number 3, which I find the most challenging, is workforce adaptation and acceptance. People sometimes, they don't accept technologies. And that's absolutely, and I remember someone mentioned change management today. Change management with people is sometimes very challenging. فكرة إن الناس تتقبل التكنولوجيا الجديدة وتمشي معاها وما تحسش بخطر جاي من ناحيتها is very challenging as well. So how to overcome these challenges? Some basic ideas, yeah. Number 1, proper initial assessment. And I see Siri now being adopted a lot in Saudi and approved by the Ministry of Industry now. So Siri is a very powerful tool to tell you how good or bad you are with your digitalization process. Number 2, gradual transition. Don't ever think that I will come up with the most advanced softwares and apply them in the warehouse. No, it will not happen. You need to build that gradually. People have to be involved. People have to buy in the new technology and gradually train and learning how to use this technology and so on. Number 3, cost-benefit analysis. I think it's very important to always remember we adopt technology. Yes, technology is nice, but we have to remember that this should have a financial return. يعني مش شطارة ان انا اجيب احدث تكنولوجيا وفي الاخر انا مش بكسب فلوس. استفدت ايه؟ you have to do proper cost-benefit analysis. Again, think of AI as a step in your automation journey. هي خطوة من الخطوات. And finally, as I mentioned, human factor is very important. العنصر البشري خطير جدا في عملية التحول الرقمي بشكل عام. دي زي خريطة 7 steps أو خطوات لتحقيق التطبيق الذكاء الاصطناعي في المستودعات بالتحديد. These are just basic 7 steps for successful implementation. First, define objectives. Start small and scale up gradually, as I mentioned. Assemble a cross-functional team. It's very important to have people from different departments, not just the warehouse team. Choose the right technology partner, and there is a lot in the market right now. Invest in employee training. التدريب العمالة مهم جدا. Monitor performance and iterate. So you have to monitor and see where the problems are and then do another step and do a 3rd step and so on. Plan, do, check, act cycle or the lean improvement, continuous improvement cycles. And finally, communicate some success and benefits. If you make success, be proud of it and be happy with it. So I hope I covered the topic very quickly. So this is a conclusion of what I said. Basically, there is a lot of applications that we can apply in Saudi and other places. There are challenges. هناك الكثير من العقبات والتحديات في تطبيق الذكاء الاصطناعي على الأرض بشكل واقعي. However, if you have the intention and you have the will, gradually things can move forward and the companies and the organizations can benefit from that. Thank you very much, and back to Abdel Majid for any questions and answers.
Thank you, Mr. Faris. And one question to you: is this presentation made by AI?
Not 100%, but a big part of it. Actually, you know what I did? I went to ChatGPT and I gave them this sentence. I have to give a presentation about AI in warehousing, and I got an outline, and then I used the outline to fill the
Yes.
yeah.
I'm
partially I did,
using
yeah.
that. Yes, I'm using that as well. طيب, now we will leave to the Q&A, and you could also stop sharing, Mr. Faris, but this is Q&A for all the speakers, for Abdel Mohsen Al Youssef, for Sultan Al Qahtani, for Alexander Borg, and for Mr. Faris Mustafa. So,
Abdul Majid.
Yes.
Abdul Majid.
Yes.
I have a question for Mr. Al Sultan and Mr. Faris together, maybe. I don't know which one is going to take, but I will make one question, maybe then Mr. Sultan can start and then Mr. Faris can proceed.
Yes.
Mr. Sultan, first of all, well done to all presentations, because, you know, even we as a mature guys in the industry, we learn from each other, like it's a lifelong learning. Really good presentations. I really enjoyed them. Thank you all. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Mr. Sultan have gave us a very good presentation about the investment in the logistics and warehouse sector in the kingdom. My question to him is, when you look at the investment that is being done or is being projected in the next years, or in accordance with the 2030 vision plan with the kingdom, when you look at all the investment, the question is, how many qualified, skilled people? Let's not use the word qualified. Let's talk about skilled. How many skilled proportion people needed in the coming years in proportion with the investment that is being done? I am asking the question why. I have been, as you know, I have been in the industry for many years and in the region 20 years, and I've met a lot of people in the conferences. And once in Oman, they told me, sometimes we put too much attention on the drawing board, but we don't put enough attention on the people that we needed in these projects. So when you look at all these investments that is being required, the investments that are being done and projected in the coming years, did the government have done any, or any private industry have done any sort of resume, how many people is required to fulfill all these positions and these investments? And the second question for Mr. Faris is, when you look all these investments again in the kingdom, in Saudi Arabia, or maybe in the region, within the warehouse and the logistics, what is the percentage that, percentage-wise, holistically, companies are adopting latest technology?
If you allow me, Firas, let me start.
Please, تفضل Sultan.
Please. Okay, regarding this, Alexander and the rest of the audiences, how many people we need to invest in Saudi Arabia, and if there is investment already inserted in the floor, yeah, the investment started since 4 years ago, but to understand our businesses in Saudi Arabia, we need to insert our methodology. We need to insert to start studying the market, start to create our business cases, to create our business models. Then we can create our investment in Saudi Arabia. The investor need to invest their money in the right place and the right time. And I am very sure it is the right time in Saudi Arabia to invest your money, because Saudi Arabia is the heart of the world as of today, and all of the challenges will become very easy in Saudi Arabia to invest their monies. Regarding the people, how many people we need to have in this investment during the machine learning, during the robotics, during the chatbot work and AI work, BI work, I think we need to create our smart warehouses, our warehouses clouds, to make the businesses easy, to create our value in the market. And I am very sure when we need to use any technology, any new technology in Saudi Arabia, it is the green floor to start our business. I hope I answered your question, Alexander.
Yes, I agree with you that we need to be smart and invest in AI 100%. That's the next point. But we all know that to implement AI technology and even mobile wrecking and all these latest automation, it costs a lot of money, and sometimes it's not easy to have, because there is the element of return on investment, and sometimes companies will not implement it straight away. They will go maybe in the first phase, or they will start implementing in the second or third phase of implementing latest technology. So
I agree with you, Alexander, but because of that, we need to start to create our business case, to start to create our business model. Who are our customers, and what is the service we need to provide to the market? By this way, we can create our investment in the floor. But what I am sure about, the Saudi Arabia, it's the green field for starting this businesses. It's in the middle of the war, and I am very sure our government rules and procedures, it's coming easy for the investor to start their investment in Saudi Arabia.
Yes, I agree with you. Totally agree with you.
Thank you very much, Sultan. I agree with Sultan actually to a big extent, and also back to your question, Alexander, I think you're talking more about probably the human factor in the implementation, which I agree with you. There is still a gap to capture all the growth that's happening when it comes to the human factor. I work in the training area as well, and I've been connected with different government entities, and they're doing a great job trying to provide more supply chain trainings and more trainings to different people. Look at a program like HADF, for example, وزارة الموارد البشرية. I've looked into these things, and there is a lot of huge projects to train people to come up to standard I'm talking generally in supply chain.
Firas, sorry for interrupting you. Take me as an example, okay? In my field, I have under my direction more than 108 persons under my management. 16 persons by this year, they get certified in CSCP, Certified Supply Chain Professional.
Yeah.
16 persons. That means 16% from my teams get that very professional certificate.
Yeah, perfect. So a lot of examples like that. So yes, there is still a gap because the growth is very fast. The growth is happening very fast. And I believe this is part of our responsibility, is to provide better and easier trainings and more enjoyable trainings to people so that they can embark on this journey of transformation. So yes, I agree with you. And this puts a lot of work on us, actually. And again, as Sultan mentioned, this can be also seen as an investment opportunity, not just building warehouses, but also training a lot of people available and so on. So that's regarding the first question. Regarding the second question, the rough percentage of companies adopting technology, I would say something between 20 and 30%, not more than that, of what I personally have seen. 20, 30%, I would say 50% of the companies I visit, they have proper WMS or ERP system. But when we talk further, something like RFID, big data analytics, robotics, even mobile racking, as you mentioned, all of that, if I took the whole percentage, I would go down to 20% probably. Yes. So again, this is a lot of opportunity to improve.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Faris. Thank you, Sultan, for responding on the clarification from Mr. Alex. Thanks to Alex, to you as well. Now we will start the break. So the break will be, yes, I have also
Abdelmajid,
other question.
Abdelmajid, I'm very sorry to disrupt you, but there is a question from Mazen Osman.
Yes, there is a
Yeah.
question, but we will leave it, inshallah, for the coming questionnaire. Unless you have just a 30-second answer.
Yes, it's
The
Mazen.
question is, do you recommend any warehouse management software to be used in university-based operation?
I don't have anything on the top of my mind. However, you need to understand the needs very well and compare between the different softwares, because each software usually has a different strength and weaknesses. So I'm happy to connect with you.
If you allow me, Firas, it's depend on the investment itself. You can buy Mercedes and you can buy Cressida, Toyota.
Yeah.
Depend on your business. Do you have investment? Then you can purchase the best technology and best systems.
Okay.
Definitely,
Great.
financial capability is one of the factors. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, great, Sultan and Faris. So we will start, inshallah, going after break at 10:45. So enjoy your break. Inshallah, we will return with the session 2 at 10:45. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Abdel Mohsen Youssef, Sultan Al-Qahtani, Alexander Borg, and Faris Mustafa. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. شكرا فراس.
Assalamu alaikum. I think we are ready now for second session. Dr. Reem with us.
Assalamu alaikum jami'an.
I would
Good
like
morning.
first of all, good morning, Dr. Reem. Good morning, everybody. I would like to introduce Dr. Reem Al-Attas. She's a director of Value Advisory at SAB with very high experience in artificial intelligence and really many subjects. I will leave the floor for Dr. Reem Al-Attas to start. Please, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Abdurrahman. I really appreciate the opportunity and the kind invitation. So hello again, everyone. My name is Reem Al-Attas, as Abdurrahman just mentioned. And today we're going to talk about how to stay ahead of the curve in warehouse management. And we're going to explore some of the latest tech trends to watch. So let's get started. So our agenda for today is short and sweet. First, we're going to talk about some of the main challenges in the warehouse management industry. And then we're going to talk about the technical solutions or the technology that can be used in order to solve these challenges. And finally, we will address some key trends to watch that we did not discuss them when we talked about the technology or the technical solutions to address the challenges. So the main challenges that face warehouse management today includes inventory accuracy, order picking and fulfillment, space utilization, visibility and traceability, labor management, supply chain complexity, returns processing, data security, and more. And in order to address these challenges, we can use radio frequency identification, we can use warehouse management systems, automated storage and retrieval systems, Internet of Things devices, wearable technologies, supply chain visibility tools, AI, specifically AI analytics, and finally, cybersecurity. So let's start talking about the first challenge, which is inventory accuracy. So our main challenge here is manual tracking systems that can lead to errors in accuracy and discrepancies in inventory levels. So we can implement radio frequency identification tools and barcode systems along with inventory management software in order to provide real-time visibility and accuracy in tracking inventory levels. The second challenge is order picking and fulfillment. So we're facing inefficient order picking processes, which might lead to delays, errors, and increased operational costs. Therefore, in addition to using warehouse management systems, we can use advanced picking algorithms, we can use voice picking technology, and also we can use automated guided vehicles that looks like the robotics that you can see in this photo in order to optimize order picking processes, improve accuracy, and reduce fulfillment time. When it comes to space utilization, we're facing an adequate challenge of inadequate space utilization that can result in congestion, inefficiency, and the need for additional storage space. Therefore, we can use warehouse automation technologies such as vertical lift modules, automated storage and retrieval systems known as ASRS, in order to maximize storage density and improve overall space utilization. Visibility and traceability is another big challenge. So lack of visibility into the movement and status of goods within the warehouse can lead to delays and difficulties in tracking shipments. So in order to avoid delays and difficulties, we can use Internet of Things devices or IoT devices, along with GPS tracking and real-time monitoring tools in order to enhance visibility and enhance traceability, enable better control over the movement of inventory, and also improve decision-making. When it comes to labor management, we're facing the challenge of manual and inefficient labor allocation, labor scheduling, tracking, which can result in suboptimal workforce productivity. Therefore, we can use workforce management systems, we can use wearable technologies such as the RFID-enabled devices we mentioned earlier, in order to optimize labor allocation, monitor performance, and enhance the overall workforce productivity. And now let's talk about supply chain complexity. Of course, one of the main challenges we're facing today is complex and global supply chains, which can lead to challenges in coordination, communication, and responsiveness. Therefore, we can use cloud-based warehouse management systems, collaborative platforms, and supply chain visibility tools in order to streamline communication, enhance collaboration, and provide real-time insights across the entire supply chain. Returns processing. Unfortunately, inefficient returns processing can lead to customer dissatisfaction and increased operational costs. So in order to avoid that, we can implement automated returns processing systems coupled with artificial intelligence-powered analytics in order to expedite returns processing, improve accuracy, and facilitate restocking. Last but not least, when we're talking about data security, as you all know, today with the increasing reliance on technology, data security can become a critical concern. Therefore, we have to employ secure cloud-based solutions, encryption technologies, and robust cybersecurity measures in order to safeguard sensitive warehouse and customer data. So we talked about some of the key technologies that can be used in the warehouse management industry, but now we're going to talk about more of the key trends to watch, such as robotic process automation or RPA, drones, artificial intelligence, augmented reality, and blockchain. So when we talk about robotic process automation or RPA involves using software bots to automate repetitive and rule-based tasks in warehouse operations. So your employees can focus on more strategic jobs. And the benefits of utilizing RPA include increased operational efficiency, reduced errors, and improved accuracy in routine tasks. And one of the main applications of RPA in warehouse management includes automation of order processing, inventory tracking, and data entry tasks. Drones. As you all know, drones are unmanned aerial vehicles that can be used for various tasks within warehouse operations. It can be employed for inventory management, for stock counting, order fulfillment. It can provide a faster and more accurate alternative to traditional methods because it has many advantages such as increased speed, real-time data collection, and enhanced visibility in large warehouse spaces. However, using drones in a closed area, it has some dangers or disadvantages. Therefore, before we implement drones, we have to address regulations, we have to address safety measures and make sure everything is safe in order to keep our employees safe and our merchandise as well. And also, we need to make sure that training requirements for integrating drones into warehouse workflows are fulfilled. Augmented reality. overlays digital information onto the physical world, as you can see in the photo. It enhances the way warehouse workers interact with their environment. So one of the main applications in warehouse management for AR is improving order picking accuracy, aid in navigation, and streamline training processes. Training is a big, important application. And the benefits of utilizing augmented reality includes increased worker productivity, reduced errors, and improved training efficiency. And last but not least, blockchain. Like, sometimes we talk a lot about blockchain. Nowadays, we're talking more about AI. But blockchain still has some important applications in warehouse management. Blockchain is a decentralized and distributed ledger technology that ensures transparency and security in transactions. But how can we use it in warehouse management? It can be used to enhance supply chain transparency, traceability, and accountability. And the benefits of utilizing blockchain includes improved security against fraud, reduced errors, and increased trust among supply chain partners. So, in conclusion, we have to embrace innovation for success. Today's rapidly evolving warehouse landscape demands a proactive approach to technological advancements. Therefore, embrace technology, embrace innovations, use RPA, drones, augmented reality, blockchain, AI, in order to propel your warehouse management into the future. Second, operational efficiency at its core. Recognize the transformative power of these technologies in boosting operational efficiency. From streamlined processes to reduced errors, these innovations redefine how warehouses operate. Third, strategic implementation is key. Implement the technology strategically, align them with your warehouse's unique needs, and consider integration, compatibility, and vendor selection in order to make sure that you're going to succeed. Continuous learning for adaptation. The tech landscape is changing a lot. Therefore, foster a culture of continuous learning in order to stay informed about emerging technologies. Ensure your warehouse is always at the forefront of industry trends. And finally, future readiness matters. Always position your warehouse for success in the long run and be future ready by staying ahead of emerging technologies and trends, ensuring your operations remain agile and competitive. So that's it for today. I tried to keep it short and sweet, as they say. And please feel free to ask me any questions. Add me on your social media using the QR code here, or reach out to me after the conference if needed. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dr. Reem, for really fruitful presentation with updated technology using drones and AI. Now the floor for the audience. If there's any question, please. But by the way, Dr. Reem, there was a question, but from previous presentation. According, somebody was asking, is there any system or software you recommend for warehouse operation?
For warehouse, I don't have something like, on top of my head at the moment, but for labor management, because, we talked about labor management, of course, I'm working at SAP, so I'm going to recommend SAP Fieldglass, but I can share with you some names that can work specifically for warehouse management. Abdurrahman, you're muted.
No, sorry. The other question, are there any warehouse robotic companies in Saudi Arabia locally?
Locally, I'm not aware yet, but I can also recommend some names in China and in the US. And actually, one of the big names that implemented robotics in their house is, any guesses? Can you guys guess from the audience? It's an important company. We use it like almost every other day to order, maybe to read books. What is it? Any guesses? Just unmute yourself and shout out the name.
We have many experts here. We need somebody to answer, please.
Amazon.
I heard Amazon. Yes, thank you so much. Correct, that's Amazon. So Amazon had important applications of utilizing robotics. Actually, one of the pictures that I showcased earlier, let me actually go back. So these robots, okay, these robots are used by Amazon. Another big name that is using robot, and we heard about an incident that happened probably like a month ago, a famous car, please unmute yourself and shout out the name, a very famous car, electric vehicle, and the owner of the company is a famous person. So what is it? Any guesses?
Tesla?
Yes, correct, Tesla. And did you hear about the incident when the robot attacked one of the workers, unfortunately? So actually, one of the incidents that happened quite a long time before, but actually it was brought into media probably a month or so ago, is what happened in one of the Tesla factories. So they use not these robots that you can see in this picture, they use humanoid robots, which is similar to people. It has arms and legs and head, and it can stand and walk. So one of these robots got mad somehow, and it attacked one of the workers, and they say, allegedly, it actually hurt the worker, and they saw a lot of bad things that happened to the worker, but who knows if this is the truth, because the company came out and said, no, nothing happened. It was a small incident and we controlled it. But despite that, use robotics efficiently and make sure you know your workers are safe.
I think there's another question also. Do you think the warehouse robotic business would work if the robots were supposed to be manufactured within Saudi Arabia, or should we get it with the robot directly from the abroad? I think this is a question. Just I think we trust the quality in Saudi Arabia. I will answer on your behalf, Dr. Reem. And all of us, I think we have a lot of trust in the quality in Saudi Arabia. So yes, let's manufacture it first, then we use it.
Absolutely. And we have a lot of programs and initiatives in Saudi Arabia nowadays, such as Nidlib, Mudun. So we need to manufacture it in Saudi Arabia and use it. And of course, you know, أكيد الصناعة المحلية أفضل بكثير من المستورد.
Thank you very much, Dr. Reem, for a very good presentation. Hopefully that we can have another presentation soon. And now we will move to the other presentation with Mr. Arif Khudari and Fahad Anwar from McKinsey. Mr. Arif is Associate Partner at McKinsey Company. Please start, Mr. Arif.
Hi, Abdurrahman. Thank you very much. First, my colleague Fahad will start the presentation, and then I'll jump in for some of the technical elements.
Please.
Fantastic. Am I audible to everybody?
Loud and clear.
Yes, very clear. Go ahead.
Fantastic. Well, assalamu alaikum, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present to such a respected audience. We are truly grateful. My name is Fahad Anwar. I'm an associate partner with McKinsey's Riyadh office. I have about 20 years of experience in supply chain across both asset-intensive and distribution-intensive industries. In that time, I've led multiple technology-led transformations for supply chain planning, inventory management, network design, and warehouse operations. And that's about me in a little bit of a nutshell. Arif, you want to give a brief introduction and we can move on?
Sure. Thanks, Fahad. So hi, everyone. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak today. My name is Arif. I'm an associate partner with McKinsey based in our Cairo office. Prior to joining McKinsey a year ago, I had the pleasure of working for 21 years, leading supply chains for global CPG companies such as Procter & Gamble and Unilever. So I'll pass back to Fahid, and we will now start the presentation and take you through a few slides and then answer any questions at the end.
Fantastic. Are we sharing our slides ourselves, or was somebody sharing them on our behalf? I'm happy to share, otherwise,
Please.
not a problem. Oh, do so. Excellent. Is it, again, visible to everyone?
Yep.
Very clear.
Excellent. Just give me 2 seconds, folks. Okay. Perfect. Still visible? All good? All
Clear.
right. Okay, first. Okay. The topic of our discussion today is Warehouse 4.0, which is about where the future of warehousing is headed. And by the way, the future is already here. The topics and solutions that my colleague Arif and I will be discussing are already in place for leading supply chains around the world. Now, I appreciate the fact that we are joining the conference a little late. We apologize for that. Some of these topics may already be covered, but please bear with us. Happy to answer any questions at the end. So, by the way, for those of us, before we get started, that are not as familiar with McKinsey, I think we are well known as a consulting organization that focuses on strategy, but it may come to a surprise for a few of you that operations is actually McKinsey's largest functional practice. And within that, manufacturing and supply chain is one of the biggest components. So it's a very sizable piece of our business, and we have a huge amount of expertise in this. Hundreds of experts across the world, thousands of projects done over the past 5 years in and around Industry 4.0 and supply chain optimization. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of a overview on that. Okay. I was talking about the fact that we have these technologies we are going to talk about already in place in supply chains across the world. And why is that? The pace of disruption in supply chain is increasing exponentially. You just have to look at the current geopolitical landscape and the disruption of the world's busiest trade route, across the Red Sea, to see that disruption is already at our doorstep here in Saudi. To manage this disruption, supply chain, and of course, warehousing within that has to rapidly adopt digital technologies to maintain a competitive advantage. The vision for Saudi 2030 puts us at the crossroads of global commerce, and it is imperative that traditional players here in the Middle East assess their readiness for tech-enabled transformation so you can take advantage of the disruptions to come. So what our agenda will cover 2 things. We'll talk about global trends as a whole, and I will deep dive into a couple of them. And the ones we will deep dive in are the ones that relate to the solutions that we'll talk about down the road, deep dives into those solutions. So that's a linkage between the two. And what we consider also among the more pertinent trends for the Saudi market. So what are these trends? So globally, the trends that are shaping warehouses can be divided into 4 buckets. I'm sure there are many other ways to look at it. This is not intended to be completely exhaustive, but should be most of the way there. The first trend is supply chain agility. And this is the ability of your supply chain to respond to demand and supply changes quickly. Changing consumer behaviors, changing demand patterns because of weather, trade routes, things like that. How do you do that? You need to be able to connect your supply chain end to end. And when I say supply chain, I just don't mean the 4 walls of your warehouse, but we're talking about connecting your key customers and your tier 1 suppliers as well. So you have a full perspective of how agile you can be and what you can do. That's particularly important when it comes to same-day delivery. By the way, the theme of our presentation is in and around the B2C business, not the B2B business, because that is typically leading the charge when it comes to technology innovation in the warehousing space. I think the previous speaker was mentioning Amazon and things to that effect. So again, that's a B2C business. So same-day delivery, again, requires your supply chains to be connected. The other element that you want to look out for is trade for complexity. Past 3-4 decades was spent on globalization. Suddenly, COVID came around. We're talking about deglobalization, nearshoring, things like that. The rise of digital means change. Business models are getting disrupted, more digital-led service offerings versus physical. So you have to cater in and around that. The third element is cash management. High interest rate environment, high inflation environment, cash is king. So preserving working capital and managing costs down to maintain market share and profits is, of course, increasingly important. And finally, you're talking about customer behaviors, which are now rapidly evolving, much more so than they ever have in the past. So there is a trend towards hyper-personalization that requires agility. There's a move towards urbanization, which requires innovative warehouse design because of rising real estate prices and space shortages, things like that. The one we are going to focus is on track and trace, specifically as it pertains to warehousing. So that's a deep dive. I'm going to go through a couple of these trends, and then I'll turn it over to my colleague Arif to take us deeper into the solutions that relate to these trends. So the one thing we picked up on, for example, from supply chain agility, same-day delivery. E-commerce is rising exponentially, as we all know, and that is driving delivery speed as being a key differentiator for supply chains everywhere. If you look at the forecasted growth of this market, this is a global trend, by the way. The market is expected to grow 20% year on year each year for the next 4 years. And I'm fairly certain that that trend would be similar in Saudi, if not even more accelerated. So this is enormous potential for B2C businesses to capture market. For that, it requires agile supply chains. What does that mean for warehousing? We've got like 5 points listed on the right-hand side of that slide, but let me talk about 3 of them. First one is inventory accuracy. Has to be spot on for same-day delivery. You cannot guarantee delivery to your customers if you don't have reliable information on what you have in stock in every node of your supply chain. Clear. Second thing is process cycle times. You can't take half a day to process an order anymore, a full day. It has to be done within minutes, seconds sometimes, in order to have same-day delivery to your customers. Finally, typically, your supply chains have been set up for volume, for pallets and cases, and your processes are designed in and around that. B2C businesses requires the ability to pick up eaches in single unit quantities, but with the same efficiency or more so. And that requires a whole new set of technologies that Arif will be talking about shortly. What's next? Track and trace. Another key trend out of all the trends we had mentioned that I think is important. There's a heightened expectations from your stakeholders to be able to continuously track and trace your product through the supply chain. These days, even after end of life, because of the circular economy and sustainability considerations and so on and so forth. While this was always true for food and pharma, now it's becoming a basic supply chain requirement practically across every sector to know where your product is at all times, inbound or outbound. Who are these stakeholders that require this? Your regulator is one of them, if you have one in your business. The company's management team is another, and your customer is a third. What does this mean for your warehouses? They suddenly become enormous sources or generators of data. For that, you need first equipment to generate the data. Think of sensors and IoT-enabled devices. You need software to then connect the data to your ERP and WMS systems. And then you need management systems and processes to convert all of that data, decisions and product flow and things to that effect. So these are the key trends that now we will look into certain solutions that will help enable that. So I'm going to turn that over to Arif, and Arif will help go through some of these solutions. Arif, over to you.
Thanks very much, Fahid. So as Fahad mentioned, what we're going to focus on now is a B2C warehouse of the future. And one key point is automation across the 5 key elements of the warehouse operation. So store, pick, sort, pack, and ship are required across the end-to-end warehouse operations to take advantage of the automation. What we see when we've done our research is that the automation across the end-to-end warehouse operations will lead to a significant improvement in productivity, reduction in lead time, and reduction in waste. If you want to pop on to the next slide, Fahad. So warehouse automation solutions can be bucketed into 4 key themes. So tracking, labor productivity, storage density, and facilities management. Now, a whole host of technologies are available, and adopting these technologies across the end-to-end warehouse, the process of the end-to-end warehouse is required to ensure that you adhere to and get the full benefit of the automation. What we're going to do now is we're going to go through 5 of these technologies that play into the B2C space and will ensure same-day delivery or short delivery times and improved inventory accuracy to facilitate the B2C rise. So if you want to, Fahad, please move to the next slide. So the first is inventory drones. So the use of inventory drones to improve inventory accuracy and reduce the dependency on manual labor is really taking off across the industry. Now, inventory drones are typically used for inventory counts for pallets and cases. So they typically read barcodes or 2D codes and are fully linked to ERP and WMS systems. The use of the drones reduces location error rates, increases inventory accuracy, and ensures that we minimize out of stocks and any inventory write-offs when it comes to the end of cycle counts. Now, as mentioned, the inventory drones are focused on larger items such as pallets and cases, so more historical and can be used in B2B context as well. So in a B2C context, when we're measuring eaches or units, we'll go to the next slide. So the use of smart bins can aid inventory management for eaches or units. So for players such as Amazon or other same-day delivery companies, having real-time data management and inventory level assessment is critical to ensure that when customers place orders, that materials are available to be shipped immediately. The inventory smart bins are typically on load cells or use optical sensors and give real-time data. They reduce inventory control costs, they avoid stockouts, and as I say, they ensure that the real-time data is available to allow customers to place orders only with materials that are products that are physically available to be shipped. You want to pop on, Fahad? We go on, I believe it's AGVs next. Yep. So in warehouses, historically, a lot of truck movement, manual truck movement on forklifts has been used. What we see in warehouses of the future is that the use of AGVs, and I believe Reem had a slide on this earlier on, the use of AGVs to replace the manual transport or to augment manual transport significantly reduces the manual transport time of goods. So the movement of goods from store to pick or store to sort is reduced by up to 70%. It increases throughput. Importantly, and it's not covered on the slide, but as somebody who's physically ran warehouses and manufacturing facilities before, one of the key benefits of AGVs is it typically reduces safety incident rates caused by manual driving. And the payback continues to decrease for AGV. As the technology continues to advance, the payback, the NPV and IRR continue to decrease. And what we see today is that they are somewhere around 1 to 3 years. So they pay out pretty quickly. I'm conscious of time, so I'll keep moving so that we've got some time in the last few minutes for questions. So inventory sorters increase labor productivity. So when we talk about inventory sorters, we mean cobots or robotic arms. Now, these are particularly effective when they're used to automate menial and time-intensive tasks. So instead of having a number of people picking and placing on a conveyor belt, the use of robotic arms or cobots significantly improves efficiency, reduces injuries from repetitive strain, and helps same-day delivery, ensuring because they're fully automated, so they normally have scanning or vision systems that's linked to the ERP and WMS systems. So again, ensures that the end-to-end supply chain allows for quick, efficient, and highly accurate inventory management. And then the last deep dive that we want to go through is on the use of AI. So the use of artificial intelligence can significantly enhance demand prediction. It can help understand where the right products need to be, so improve the location of stock management within a warehouse and within a supply chain across a country or across a company. It can help guide and drive AGVs to recognize, sort, and inspect goods, and helps optimize warehouse delivery and pick routes, and also within the broader network of any organization. So all the data that's generated from all the technology that we've just discussed before, plus the order systems, the WMS, etc., having AI help lead the prediction and predictive tools will really help improve efficiency across supply chains and warehouses. So to wrap up, I'll pass over back to Fahad.
Fantastic. So what does this all mean at the end of the day? What's the business impact that it creates? I think some of this is fairly obvious, but let's reiterate. The first thing is less use of human intervention, which particularly in a high volume business like B2C is critical. It's not even about warehousing labor costs at some point in time. There's just not physically enough room for people to maneuver in and around the space. But of course, cost is a big component. The other element is productivity. Again, B2C businesses being a 24/7 operation quite often, automation allows you to operate around the clock without missing a beat. Third is the consistency of operations, which together with higher accuracy, which is the fourth point, allow you to promise accurate dates to your customers, delivery guarantees, reduction in shrink, etc. That consistency is important for you to be a humming e-commerce business and continuously meet your customer expectations. So those are some of the benefits that come. I think this brings us to the end of our presentation. Just to summarize, supply chain trends are causing supply chains to automate. Warehousing is a key part of the supply chain. So therefore, automation of warehouses is a critical requirement these days. Particularly in the B2C space, delivery speed and track and trace are trends that are accelerating this automation. And when we talk about automation in warehouse, the technologies that come into play these days for the trends we're talking about, such as accuracy, are drones and advanced weigh bins, smart weigh bins. AGVs, again, bring goods to person as opposed to person to goods. Inventory sorters and artificial intelligence to redirect inventory flow across a multi-echelon network. And that allows you to be a competitive B2C organization. Finally, all traditional players need to be ready for this disruption because the time to act is now. The disruption is already there. At this point in time, that is the total sum of our presentation. And thank you again for your time. We're ready to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Arif, Fahad, for very good presentation. It's proven that the warehouse is really very important part of the whole operation. Proven automation technology, AI, drones will increase the productivity and improvement in the warehouse operation. Thank you very much for very highly skilled presentation. Again, usual, this is from McKinsey and from others. If there's a question, please, before we go to Mr. Mohammed Al-Shamli.
Questions, anyone?
There was just a question here. Are there players in Saudi Arabia ready as they might need changing of their layout in the warehouse? I think this is not related to the one which you presented, but please, you can add from your experience.
I can take this one, Fahad, if you want.
Sure.
So, I'll speak on behalf of the larger CPG companies today, which don't typically do B2C or more B2B. But indeed, a lot of the warehouses that I've worked with in Saudi Arabia have been configured more for B2B and less for highly automated, smaller pick quantities. Now, what I have seen across the industry, not just in Saudi Arabia, but across the globe, is portions of warehouses being allocated for picking. To allow full automation in those areas. So I'll give an example. There was a warehouse in the UK that I worked with, had over 100,000 pallet spots, and about 15 to 20,000 of those pallet spots were dedicated purely for B2C and full automation. So it does require capital. And I believe that across the kingdom in Saudi, there will be a need for warehouse redesigns to ensure that the automated technologies can be properly installed.
Amazing. I'll just add on one comment to that. For those looking to go down this path, there's something called a lighthouse approach to this, where if you have multiple warehouses across your network, and I think this is what Arif was alluding to earlier as well, is that you set one of them up, maybe one of the smaller facilities, depends, as a lighthouse or a showcase of which technologies to implement and to work the kinks out. So typically this lighthouse approach is followed for Industry 4.0, not just in warehousing, but in factories and other large sort of CapEx intensive enterprises as well.
Thank you very much. There is a question, I will answer it. Is it possible to connect with both the speakers after this? I think a very important subject here we talk about that we are Gulfform and the ECS, our real main business networking. So we link people together, we make a network, and we're talking about the same environment, supply chain and procurement. Of course, we will give the number after getting the approval from the both consultants for people to contact them. And not only this one, we have other very good speakers. They were here, and we also we will share the information based on their approval. And thank you very much.
From our side, Abdurrahman, please feel free to reach out to us, and thank you so much for your time.
No, I think because now it's virtual and we are doing it for first time with very high quality people. We have noticed that there is a big demand on a lot of data about warehouse automation, drones, productivity. So another presenter was presenting that today Saudi Arabia moving the full automation and even the plants itself. So warehouse is part of the whole operation. So for sure there is a big demand, and maybe this is not enough for our conference. Maybe we need another conference and workshops and training. We are here to serve, and we link people together. With this one, thank you very much, Mackenzie. Thank you very much, Arif, Fahad. Very highly skilled presentation. Thank you very much. Now it's the time for Mr. Mohammed Al-Shammari. Mohammed will from Saudi Electricity Company. He will talk about embracing change and transformation through integrated business planning at SEC. Mohammed is today he's IBP team leader at Saudi Electricity Company. تفضل Mr. Mohammed.
زاد فضلك. Just give me a second to share the presentation.
Please.
It's clear, right?
Very clear.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. In the beginning, I would like to thank the organizer for this opportunity. This kind of conferences give us the chance to share experiences and to gain a wider network in our field. I will start the presentation by introducing myself. My name is Mohammed Al-Shammari. I work at Saudi Electricity Company as IBP team leader. I have 9 years experience in supply chain and inventory planning. Today I will start by talking about the supply chain disruptions and challenges which Mr. Fahad mentioned or talk about some of them. Then I will talk about how can the organizations turn those challenges to business opportunity. with giving a good example of that. Then I will deep dive on the integrated business planning, which is the major talk point of today for me. As you all know, recently global supply chain faces many challenges that caused by supply chain disruptions. Supply chain disruptions can occur due to natural disasters like hurricanes, political issues, and wars. Supply chain interdependence is a fact. However, with interdependence comes risk, and risk in supply chain is not really appreciated. Organizations also have many challenges, like cost reductions, strict laws and regulation, and competition. While we just talk about the challenges and supply chain disruptions, but there is a bright side of that. They also open up opportunities for businesses to evaluate and improve their supply chain strategies. It's crucial for business to proactively address the challenges and capitalize on the potential to grow and sustain. One good example of that, what we have at Saudi Electricity Company, the Supply Chain Excellence Program. The objective of the program to lead change management and address the challenges and to build a healthy supply chain infrastructure. In the program, we focus on four areas. In the operating model and governance, the most important initiative in this field or in this area, building a control tower, where the top management can track their KPIs and make sure the operational work going smoothly. In the demand and planning, we have integrated business planning. I will talk about it with details, inshallah, in the next slide. In the procurement and local content, we have SRM project to build a healthy and strong supply relationship with the strategic suppliers. In the warehousing and logistics, we have extended warehouse project to improve and optimize the warehousing process and movement. Since the major topic of today about IBP, I will deep dive on it. Integrated business planning, or simply IBP, it's a strategic business process to align key business function, including the procurement, EPMO, inventory planning, and strategic planning and finance, to improve the planning activity and the performance of the KPIs, including the across the whole stakeholders. IBP has a 5-stage business process or meetings review. The first one, which is portfolio management review, where the stakeholders discuss and agree on the strategies that affect the demand and the supply, like new project and changing in the material specifications. While in the demand review, they build and constrain demand based on projects and historical data and maintenance operations. In the supply review, they align the demand plans with the supply plans including the upcoming POs and the procurement agreement and the available spare part. The consensus review. This review kind of a balancing review between the demand and the supply, and also to escalate and solve issues. Finally, in the management business review, where the executives make decisions, solve the issues, and track the KPIs. Since it's a cycle, ultimately it happens every month. In other words, IBP process enable the organization to establish a decision-making framework linking the whole value chain and helping the organization to build a efficient, structured work process. In each organization, the stakeholders in any organization, they have a different goals and different objectives. Demand planning always focus on the accuracy of the forecasting, while the procurement and the logistics focus on the lead time. Finance always want to reduce the working capital, but through the IBB process, each stakeholder in the planning activities can agree on a clear rules and responsibilities. Everyone working for the same goal and for the same objective. Why we should care about IBB? IBB gives the organization visibility through the whole supply chain and also help the organization to build efficient process and giving cross-functional governance and accountability, and make improvement in the planning efficiency by having an advanced tools. Ultimately, IBB drive the organization to have one plan, number, one vision. There are fundamentals to implement a successful IBB process in any organization. We should have a cross-functional operation strategies. 80% of the improvement should be in the process, 20% in the technology. We should also have ownership and accountability from the executives, according to a study that published by McKinsey, and we have some of them in the call. 70% of the organization failed implementing IBB because they don't have sponsorship from the top management in the organization. We should also enable what-if scenarios planning and dynamic dashboards. Finally, we should have engagement from all stakeholders, starting with the end user with their requirement linking to the inventory planning to the finance. In this slide, I will talk about our journey at SAC, our IBB journey at SAC. We started to introduce IBB in our company in last June through the supply chain excellence program in the gap analysis phase. After that, we built a dedicated team for IBB, conducted many workshops and many roadshows for the stakeholders, since it's a new concept at the company. Right now, we are preparing to run a pilot test next month for 2 cycles or 2 months. We are piloting one of the most important business line in the company. Why we choose this business line? Because the behavior of their material, it's a fast-moving material, so we can address the gaps faster. After that, we will address the gaps and make adjustment and improvement, and then keep rolling out the meetings. Later on, we will bring another business line in. We identify to make the improvement. We identify 4 enablers from IBB process, align top-level strategies and adopt cross-functional KPIs, building process discipline, including demand and supply planning and material management, enable the organization by operating strategies, standard rules, tools, and process, building technology by having by having an advanced tool like AI and machine learning, which Mr. Faris, mashallah, today mentioned many of them today. At SAC, we are expecting qualitative benefits of implementing IBB. We are expecting increasing in the profitability, increasing in revenue from 2 to 8%, and reduction in the supply chain cost from 2 to 10%. We also expecting reduction in the working capital from 10 to 30% by increasing the inventory turnover. We also expecting qualitative benefits like improving in the performance and inventory management by ensuring the right material at the right place at the right time, improvement in the communication because we have meetings with the stakeholder in a monthly basis. Also having effective demand management because we have by having modern technology to generate the forecast. Finally, IBB process. IBB, it's not about the doing things right. It's all about doing the right thing. The majority of the organization, they look at IBB as a technology and they want to success, but they don't pay attention to the other pillars. People and process and governance are critical and important in the new transformation and implementation journey. In closure, at SAC, we believe that IBB will enable the organizational capabilities and will make our supply chain stronger to diligently serve the customer. Thank you for your listening, and the ground is opening for any question, or you can scan the barcode and reach me out anytime.
شكرا أستاذ محمد. Thank you very much for very good presentation about IBB, and it shows that how SEC is really improving in this direction, and I'm sure that you will do a lot in future. Now the floor is for our delegates to have any question, please. If no question, just a question to Muhammad. Is it going to be it's a project? Will there is an end for it, or just it will be continuous part of the continuous daily work?
It started as a project, but it's gonna be structured. We will have it as an organization as a structure.
And from our side, you know, always we like to share experience with a lot of people. Is it possible you can share it in future with others, the results, the output? Because you very well known, SEC always they like to share their experience with the Saudi companies.
Inshallah, Mr. Abdurrahman, we are in the middle of the journey, and we are expecting a good result in the end of the implementing, and inshallah in the next conferences we will share our experiences. We have another initiatives and another project, we'll share it too.
There was one question here about the training, and any particular training and development program could be provided to warehouse employees. The question is for you, Mr. Mohammed, but if you have an answer, it will be great. Otherwise, we have a specialized person, Mr. Alex, if he's still with us.
I think Mr. Alex is not here. I would say
No, I'm here.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Alex.
No, I didn't raise any questions.
No, not you. No, somebody asked a question. about the training and development in the warehouse operation is what type of training could be any particular training and development program could be provided to warehouse employees?
Yes, of course. As you may know, we as an institution, in terms of Supply Chain Institute, we have a whole structure of warehouse and inventory management from level 2 to level 7. It's not only in the warehouse and inventory, but we have around 10 structures with our institute. We cover the whole supply chain components, excluding aviation, but we have everything: ports and shipping, logistics and transport, supply chain, export and import, procurement and purchasing, warehouse and manufacturing, and the quality management leadership. We cover the whole supply chain. We have from level 2 to level 7, and in every, for example, if you take level 3 and 5, the certificate and diploma, there is over 20 modules in each to choose from, over 25 modules. So the selection is vast, both vertical and horizontal. And I'm happy to say that in Saudi, we're doing a very good steps in level 2, and we're starting to level 3, and we have both the English language version, and we are developing the Arabic language as well. Level 2 Arabic version is ready, and we're developing the level 3 now. So yes, we do have that kind of training. And in England, we work close with the Ministry of Defense, MOD, and the Ministry of Health. And in Dubai, we're doing the same thing. And we have training.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alex. And I'm sure that you can, we'll not talk about ECS here, but I'm sure that you can talk about us later on. There is a question to Mr. Muhammad. How is IBB different from SOB? Can you please elaborate, please?
Yeah, SNOP mainly focus on the demand and the supply, while the IBB focus on the whole value chain, including the finance.
Thank you very much. With this presentation, conclude the second part of our today conference. Now we'll have a break up to 12:15, and we'll be back with Mr. Taleh Al-Matrafi, inshallah ta'ala, and Muhammad Daoud and Ahmed Amir. Thank you very much, and see you inshallah at 12:15. Thank you. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته مرة ثانية. Welcome back everybody. Now we will have Mr. طالع المطرفي, محمود داود, Ahmed Amir from TDM. TDM is generative, we will talk about generative AI strategy in warehouse and inventory management. Mr. طالع المطرفي, well-known figure in Saudi Arabia. He is the TDM CEO Saudi Arabia. Mr. طالع, please start.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. الله أبو سليمان, حيا الله الجميع. محمد, ممكن can you do the presentation, share the presentation. طيب, بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. حياكم الله جميعا. طبعا معاي اليوم من فريق TDM مستشارين أحمد أمير ومحمد داود. نتكلم اليوم عن الذكاء الاصطناعي التوليدي في تطبيقاته في الوير هاوس عند انفنتوري مانجمنت. فطبعا أنا مدير الشركة وعندي خبرة في السبلاي تشين 22 سنة. حاليا مركزين أكثر على الذكاء الاصطناعي التوليدي وتطبيقاته والذكاء الاصطناعي بشكل عام التراديشنال والتقليدي. فريق المتحدث اليوم معنا أحمد أمير, أيضا سينيور كونسلتنت في الأوبريشن والسبلاي تشين, وأيضا محمد داود استشاري في الارتفيشال انتليجنت والسمارت سيتيز. احنا بنتكلم اليوم عن الذكاء الاصطناعي التوليدي وتطبيقاته في المستودعات. اليوم الذكاء الاصطناعي التوليدي كثير من الشركات عندها جانبين, الجانب الإقدام وجانب التخوف من الريسك. حسب آخر دراسة كانت في بين BCG و MIT, 9 من 10 شركات ترى فرصة مميزة في تطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي, ولكن 45% من هذه الشركات أيضا ترى أن هناك ريسك, هناك مخاطر في الإقدام على تطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي والذكاء الاصطناعي التوليدي. أيضا 90% من الشركات اللي هي استثمرت في الذكاء الاصطناعي بعد 3 سنوات حصلت ما يقارب 40% benefits من تطبيقات للذكاء الاصطناعي, بينما الشركات اللي استثمرت big investment وجدت 60% كبنفتس خلال 3 سنوات من تطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي في السبلاي تشين. كرحلة, الذكاء الاصطناعي هو يعتبر امتداد للرحلات اللي كلنا نعرفها اليوم. في التسعينات كان بداية الإنترنت. كثير من الشركات الكبيرة بعضها بسبب المخاطر أحجمت وقفلت بعض الأقسام اللي كانت بدأت فيها, بينما شركات صغيرة دخلت السوق فتغير شكل السوق باللاعبين الجدد اللي كانوا صغار ذاك الزمن لما انتقلوا من التجارة التقليدية إلى العمل على منصات الإنترنت, ومثل ما نعرف أمازون وغيرها من الشركات اللي كانت يعني غير معروفة, فلكن مع الإنترنت أصبحت اليوم بيج, يعني فيري بيج. أيضا لما جاءت عملية الحوسبة السحابية في الألفينات, بداية أو في منتصف 2000, بعض الشركات الكبيرة ما أقدمت, بينما شركات أخرى أقدمت واستثمرت وتحملت المخاطر وكانت عندها نفس طويل. اليوم هي من اللاعبين الكبار في الحوسبة السحابية, وصارت هي تقدم السولوشنز هذه في السمارت فونز. لما جاءت ثورة السمارت فون أيضا تطبيقاته, اليوم كثير من الشركات اللي كانت لاعب قوي في السوق مثل بلاك بيري مثل نوكيا وغيرها خرجت من السوق بسبب أنها كان عندها يعني غلبت الريسك على مخاطر الريسك اللي هي في السوق على مخاطر الاستمرار وتحمل بعض الخسائر أثناء التنفيذ. اليوم احنا يمكن الخبر الجميل اليوم من دافوس انه تيك اواي رقم 3 انه نحن في بدايه ثوره الذكاء الاصطناعي التوليدي. لاجل ذلك بدات تخرج شركات صغيره في تطبيقات، وحنستعرض بعضها كان استعرضنا سابقا بعضها جالسه تدخل السوق بتطبيقات جديده في الذكاء الاصطناعي التوليدي. الشركات الكبيره لابد تستثمر، تتحمل المخاطر، هي رحله، تعتبرها رحله وليست تطبيق، ليس هو ابلكيشن فقط محدود او خلينا نقول سوفت وير، جزء من السوفت وير انت تطبقه عندك. لا، هي اتس جيرني لازم تاخذها كامله وتكون عندك الاستراتيجي لها. بناء على الدراسات اللي مسوينها في تي دي ام، فافضل طريقه في انك تدخل هذا السوق انك تبدا بالاستراتيجي كاستراتيجي للارتفيشال انتليجنت في المنظمه او الجين اي اي. وافضل استراتيجيه هي انك تصنع بورتفوليو من تطبيقات البروجكت. تبدا في بدايه انك تسوي تاتش بوينت ابلكيشن في السيستم او في الرحله عندك او في البروسيس، وتشوف هذا التاتش بوينت كيف يطبق، كيف يشتغل. ثم بعد ذلك ايضا تنتقل المعرفه للفريق الداخلي مع الفريق الاستشاري مع نجاح التطبيق وتحمل المخاطر على الكونز والتاتش بوينت. فاذا نجحت تبدا تنقلها على اللونج تيرم بروجكت اند تو اند بروسيس، وتبدا تطبقها بشكل تدريجي. هذه الرحله يمكن هي افضل استراتيجي ممكن يبدا فيه. لذلك صناعه الاستراتيجيه هي الاول، ثم بعد ذلك الدخول على اليوز كيسز والتطبيقات. اترك الان المجال للاخ محمد يعطينا التفصيل في هذه النقاط التقنيه. تفضل محمد.
شكرا جدا اخ طالع. حاليا الجينيراتيف اي اي او الذكاء الاصطناعي التوليدي بقى مصطلح مهم جدا بنسمعه في كل مكان. واحنا النهارده هنتكلم عن اليوز كيسز، وجايبين لكم 2 يوز كيسز مهمين جدا في الوير هاوسنج والانفنتوري مانجمنت بيزد على الجينيراتيف اي اي. بس قبل ما نعمل كده، في ال2 سلايدز الجايين دول هشرح لحضراتكم ايه هو الجينيراتيف اي اي، وازاي الجينيراتيف اي اي ده بيشتغل، وايه الفرق بينه وبين التراديشنال ماشين ليرنينج والبروسيس اوتوميشن. فخلونا نبدا. الجينيراتيف اي اي او الذكاء الاصطناعي التوليدي ده نوع من انواع الذكاء الاصطناعي، ان هو بيقدر يولد داتا جديده بيزد على داتا انت اديتها له، فيقدر يجنريت ليك تكست جديد بيزد على تكست هتديهوله، او صور جديده او فيديوهات جديده. ده نوع جديد جدا من الذكاء الاصطناعي ما كانش موجود قبل كده، وده بيزد على حاجه اسمها لارج لانجويج مودلز، نماذج اللغات الكبيره او الفاونديشن مودلز. الفاونديشن مودلز او لارج لانجويج مودلز دي بتبقى تريند حتى باين من اسمها على كميه داتا ضخمه جدا. اشهر لارج لانجويج مودلز هو جي بي تي 3.5 وجي بي تي 4، ده اللي هو تشات جي بي تي مبني عليه. في برضو بالم اللي هو جوجل بارد مبني عليه. وفي لارج لانجويج موديل اسمه لاما، ده اللي هو ميد باي فيسبوك او ميتا، ده اوبن سورس. فدول متدربين على كميات داتا كبيره جدا، ممكن مثلا على كل الداتا اللي في الانترنت. فور اكزامبل ده تشات جي بي تي او جي بي تي 4 متدرب عليها. والفرق بينه وبين التراديشنال ماشين ليرنينج موديل ان هو التراديشنال ماشين ليرنينج موديل بيبرع في بعض اليوز كيسز، في حين الجينيراتيف اي اي ليه يوز كيسز مختلفه خالص. فده مش معناه ان الجينيراتيف اي اي هيريبليس التراديشنال ماشين ليرنينج، لا بالعكس. التراديشنال ماشين ليرنينج بيبرع في يوز كيسز زي البريدكشن والكلاسيفيكيشن والكلاسترنج، في حين ان الجينيراتيف اي اي بيبرع في حاجات زي مثلا نقول له سمرايز دوكيمنت لينا، او تدي له مثلا مجموعه من الار اف بيز وتقول له انه احسن ار اف بي، او بتبدا تتناقش معاه في انه احسن بيد، فبيجنريت ليك داتا جديده. اما البروسيس اوتوميشن فده حاجه تانية خالص، ده انك انت بتوتوميت روتين ريبيتيتيف تاسكس مش محتاجه اي ذكاء. البروسيس اوتوميشن مثلا اي تاسك روتيني زي بروسيسنج البيرول فور اكزامبل، دي احنا تاسك عارفينها، دي فيري بريدكتبل تاسك. في حين ان الجينيراتيف اي اي بيبرع في تكون تاسك محتاجه ذكاء، او واحد بيفكر زي الانسان كده تقريبا. طب احنا ازاي وصلنا للجينيراتيف اي اي ده؟ احنا الاول زمان بدانا بالبروجرامينج. انا حتى فاكر انا نفسي كنت بقعد اكتب سي بلس بلس او سي كود او بايثون كود. فور اكزامبل مثلا عايزين نكتب كود عشان يعرف صوره معينه، بنبدا نبروجرام كل الفيتشرز اللي فيها. كان بقى 2012 حصل الماشين ليرنينج والديب ليرنينج بقى مشهورين جدا. فبدل ما بقينا نكتب كود بقينا بنعلم الماشين بتاعتنا نديها صور ليبلد وصور، يعني نديها صور لمختلف الحاجات، فالماشين تتعلم من الصور دي. مفيش كود بنكتبه، بعد كده نوري الماشين صورة مختلفة خالص ما اتدربتش عليها فتقدر انها تايدنتيفاي الصورة دي. حاليا ظهر الجينيراتيف اي اي، حتى موضوع ان احنا بنديله صور ليبلد ما بقاش موجود. بدنا بندي لللارج لانجوج موديل بنعلمه على اولموست الانترنت كلها او الويكيبيديا كلها، او حتى في اليوز كيس بتاعتنا اللي احنا هنشوفها ليتر اون بندربه على ديتا معينه ليها علاقه بالوير هاوس بتاعنا او بالانفنتوري سيستم بتاعنا. فاتمنى اكون عملت كده بس فاونديشن ايه هو الجينيراتيف اي اي وازاي بيشتغل، عشان لما نيجي نتكلم في اليوز كيسز الموضوع يبقى اوضح شويه. دلوقتي هدي زميلي احمد امير يكلمنا عن الجينيراتيف اي اي استراتيجي. اتفضل يا احمد.
شكرا يا محمد. AI هي impact كل الاندستريز موجوده في جنرال في البيزنس ان جنرال. دي شويه فيجرز احنا بناء على الدراسات ان 10% من الداتا produced globally هتبقى في خلال السنتين الجايين ان شاء الله من generative AI. 90% من الكونتنت بتاع في اي شركات خاصه المتداوله في البورصه زي الكوارتر ريفينيو ريبورتس او الايرنينج كولز، 90% من الكونتنت للحاجات دي تبقى خارجه من جين اي اي ريبورتس في خلال سنه 2025. Also the very repetitive work هو زي call centers expected ان هو هيتاثر بنسبه $80 بليون في خلال 3 سنوات القادمين. الايرورز، نسبه الايرورز ان برودكشن، خصوصا هنا بتكلم عن الانفنتوري والوير هاوسنج، بين ان احنا بنتكلم النهارده عن يوز كيس بتاعت الوير هاوسنج. اكسبكتد ان هي هتاثرها ب 50% بنسبه الاخطاء او مارجن اوف ايرورز. الجراف على الجانب اليمين ده من شركه ماكنزي كانت عاملانه، بتوضح فيها الامباكت بليون اوف دولارز في each function in the business. لو حضراتكم بصيتوا على السيركلز ان ريد، سبلاي تشين، مانيفاكتشرنج، بروكيرمنت، ممكن كل العلاقه بالاوبريشنز مانجمنت، الفرصه فيها هيبقى ليها امباكت حوالي $400 بليون only through generative AI impact. سلايد الثانيه يا محمد. هنا انا اخش هنا في هنمر بسرعه عن السبلاي تشين ايكو سيستم وازاي جين اي اي والامباكتد. في طبعا خلال السورسنج يوز كيسز زي الار اف كيو برودكشن، او مساله ان احنا ازاي يبص يعمل كومباريزون من ار اف كيو او ريزن ريك فورمز، دي تبقى جين اي اي will take care of it in the future. Negotiation by chatbot also through the sourcing process، ان هو بدل ما السبلاير يقدر او انا انتراكت مع السبلاير من خلال اي اسئله، يبقى في خلال شات بوت ممكن يجاوب على الاسئله اللي جايه من خلال ار اف بي. كونتراكتنج دي مهمه جدا برضو. يعني انا عندي كنت في تسلا كان في ساعات كونتراكت 400 صفحه بي دي افس، بدل ما يبقى في ديبارتمنت كامل يقعد يقرا الصفحه صفحه ويشوف الديتيلز بتاعت الكونتراكت. جيني اي كان will be able to يقرا الكلام ده كله ويشوف الريد لاينز في الكونتراكت خلال ثواني او دقائق. سبلاير مانجمنت نفس الكلام، بي او مانجمنت، بي او لايف سايكل، بروكيور تو سايكل، ده برضه جيني اي will be have an impact on it. requisition and ordering، قصه ازاي ان احنا نحدد الميني ماكس ليفلز وازاي raise orders and direct forms through the POs etc. and invoicing and PO three-way match، ذات match ما بين PO receipt versus PO line and shipment and invoicing، ازاي تعمل this match. All this would be generative AI replicated through it, either through automated emails، raise email على طول لو PO out of funds ازاي يقدر communicate that internally او through suppliers. كل ده هيبقى through Gen AI. لما نيجي ناحيه الوير هاوسنج بقى او انفنتوري، دي هتبقى very big deal. يبقى في impact على الوير هاوس ديزاين، ازاي automated put away. طبعا process دي لو حضراتكم شغالين في قبل كده وير هاوسنج تبقى داتا انتري كتير قوي، فمارجن اوف ايرور تبقى كتيره، فجيني اي will impact that will really help support that. ازاي احدد run all the historical data for the rescue per location and defining the reordering points and the persistive stock, etc. All that Ageni will be able to support in order to avoid stock outs or overstocking. وعشان نحدد اكتر نشوف اكتر بالتفاصيل على موضوع اليوز كيسز دي في كاستمر وير هاوسنج. اليوز كيس الجايه اللي محمد هيعملها بريزنتنج دي هتكون محدده اكتر في خلال اللي بيحصل ازاي جين اي في خلال الوير هاوس يقدر يامباكت الوير هاوس اوبريشنز. محمد.
شكرا احمد. دلوقتي احنا هنوري حضراتكم 2 يوز كيسز. احنا حاسين اليوز كيسز دول مهمين جدا في الوير هاوس مانجمنت والانفنتوري مانجمنت. اليوز كيسز دول الاثنين built on top of generative AI. فخليني ابدا باول يوز كيس. اول يوز كيس هي وير هاوس مانجمنت using drones و generative AI search. لو اي حد في حضراتكم قبل كده اشتغل في وير هاوس انفنتوري اكيد عارفين البين انك انت ازاي تعمل انفنتوري لوير هاوس. دي تاسك very manual, very time consuming. بتاخد ساعات نقعد نعد كل الباليتس، نشوف كل بوكس فين بالظبط. تاسك طبعا صعبه جدا ان هي تحصل مانيولي. فحاليا اليوز كيس اللي احنا جايبينها لحضراتكم ان في درونز بتطير جوه الوير هاوس. الاوبريتور بيطير الدرون بتبقى جاست زيبينج ثرو كل الايلز بتاعت الوير هاوس، بتاخد صور لكل الباليتس، لكل البوكسز ولكل الليبلز. الانفورميشن دي بتتبعت وايرلس لوير هاوس مانجمنت سيستم. الوير هاوس مانجمنت سيستم بيكريت داشبورد زي اللي حضراتكم شايفينها هنا. الداشبورد دي بتوريكم الانفنتوري الموجود عندكم، اللاست انفنتوري، اماكن كل اس كيو بالظبط فين. وان توب اوف كل الكلام ده فيه جنراتيف اي اي سيرش بيخلي اليوزر ممكن ينتراكت مع الداتا بتاعته using chat GPT like format. فور اكزامبل اليوزر دلوقتي بدل ما بس بيشوف الداشبورد ويقدر يسال اسئله زي مثلا قد ايه quantity on hand، او كم SKUs I have، او what is the safety stock levels، او ال available to promise levels. وبرضه الجنراتيف اي اي ده هيجنريت لي ريكومنديشن زي المينيمم ماكسيمم انفنتوري او الريوردرنج بوينتس. فدي قوه الجنراتيف اي اي والدرون يوزنج كمبيوتر فيجن هنا في اليوز كيس دي. الامباكت بتاع اليوز كيس طبعا دي هيختلف من وير هاوس للتاني، هيختلف حسب الاندستري. بس في كاستمر شفناه وحقق الارقام دي كاكزامبل 70% increased inventory accuracy ودروب في الايرور ريت بتاع الوير هاوس مانجمنت سيستم من 11% ل 3% والموست $350,000 saving و15 time pallet scanning per hour. يعني لو زمان كان بيقدر يسكان 10 pallets per hour دلوقتي بقوا 150 pallet per hour. ودبل السيلز في ال1 year. دبل السيلز ده حصل عشان الثروبوت في الوير هاوس ده increased. اليوز كيس دي حقيقيه عن طريق احد البارتنرز بتوعنا. لو حضراتكم مهتمين بيها يا ريت تتواصلوا معانا بعد الكونفرنس ده ونقدر نتناقش ازاي ممكن نطبق اليوز كيس دي في الوير هاوس بتاعكم. دلوقتي هخلي احمد يتكلم عن اليوز كيس الثانيه. اتفضل احمد.
شكرا محمد. يوز كيس تانية عبارة يعني خاصة أكتر بالinventory management from a financial standpoint أو اللي هو financial health of a corporate. وده بيفوكس أكتر على إزاي Genie AI can leverage the data from different systems زي production, sales, warehousing, inventory, and how they leverage all of that in order to make sure the corporate have low or like on time, the right quantity on time, so they don't carry a lot of inventory in the balance sheets and have a better working capital. The impact we see here في خلالها 28 ل 52% savings in inventory holding costs, and but of course this different from an industry or another and the volume of the business. بس الفكره هنا ودي نقطه اللي عايز اوضحها قوي ان there's a blueprint او زي ما بيقولوا best practice to implement the AI strategy او Gen AI. وزي ما محمد هيقول لنا في السلايد الجاي لازم تكون تبقى use case by use case. مش ينفع او مش ينفع تبقى كل use case مع بعض، يبقى واحده، بعد كده نشوف نقيس الامباكت، بعد كده نشوف اليوز كيس الثانيه كانها بالظبط SDLC سوفت وير لايف سايكل، ان احنا نشوف نimplement، بعد كده نmeasure the impact، بعد كده testing، بعد كده implement another one، بعد كده testing the margin error and so on and so on. So it's a long process. But of course انا واخ طلال ومحمد يكون معاكم لو في حضراتكم عندكم اسئله. محمد السلايد الجايه.
شكرا يا احمد. impressive
Yeah.
use. احنا هنا في فريق عمل TDM. دلوقتي متاكدين كلكم very excited عايزين تنفذوا generative AI use cases في الوير هاوسز عندكم وفي الانفنتوري مانجمنت سيستم عندكم. بس احنا لازم نتوخى الحذر ازاي هنimplement اليوز كيسز دي. فاحنا هنا فريق عمل TDM بقالنا فتره مركزين على generative AI specifically. بقالنا فتره بنعمل ويبينارز، بننشر وايت بيبرز، بنعمل ميتينجز مع بعض البارتنرز بتوعنا وبندعو الناس كلها، وتوصلنا لفريم ورك.
يعطيك العافية يا محمود، يعطيك العافية أنت والمجموعة. خلاص تقريبا the time to wrap up.
wrap up.
اي wrap up. سمر
قدامنا
يعني.
قد ايه wrap up؟ دقيقة wrap up؟
يعني صحيح.
طب خلاص انا I'll go through slide دي quickly عشان برضو عايز ادي اخ طالع يدي الكلمة النهائية. ان في 4
طيب
pillars. لازم يكون عندنا high quality data. احنا قلنا generative AI ده بيولد داتا بيز على داتا اوريدي موجوده، فلازم يكون عندك هاي كواليتي داتا كلين ديجيتايزد سيفد somewhere. في تشينج مانجمنت يعني حضراتكم كليدرز لازم تكونوا تؤمنوا بفكره الاي اي وتوصلوها لفريق العمل عندكم. اهميه الاي اي ازاي هتزود البروفيتابيلتي في الشركه عندكم، هتسهل الدي تو دي تاسكس. وفي طبعا integration with existing systems. AI does not stand alone system. يبقى integration مع whatever بتستخدمه، SAP, Ariba, Oracle, Salesforce. واخر بيلر في الفريم ورك بتاعنا هو سكيلز واكسبرتيز. لازم حضراتكم كليدرز تنفستوا في السكيلز والاكسبرتيز بتوع الفريق العمل عندكم. ان هم يبقوا مور اوير بالاي اي، يحضروا ويبينارز اللي احنا حاضرينها النهارده دي، يحضروا كورسز، وان هم مش هيفقدوا شغلهم بسبب الاي اي، بالعكس الاي اي هيخلي شغلتهم اسهل كتير. فالاربعه بيلرز دول هم يعملوا لنا سكسسفول اي اي استراتيجي. انه احنا اولموست ات تايم. انا عايز بس الاخ طالع يدي كلمه نهائيه هنا.
طيب شكرا محمد. احنا بنختصر انه مثل ما قلنا اول انه جيرني رحله ممكن يكون فيها كوكوينز ابلكيشن، لكن من المهم وضع فيها استراتيجي، وبعد كذا دراسه البزنس كيس للتطبيقات، ايش الريتيرن اوف انفستمنت عليها، بحيث انها تكون في الاخير مجديه ايضا، فيها بنفيت سوليد بنفيت لاي جهه. اشكركم جميعا على الاستماع والحضور، وحنا جاهزين لاي اسئله. شكرا لكم.
يعطيك العافية أستاذ طالع، محمد داوود، أحمد عامر من فريق TDM. شكرا لكم. طيب إن شاء الله راح نخلي ال Q&A في اللاست بارت بعد ما نغلق كل السبيكرز. أوكي. طيب الآن let us move with engineer عبد الله سالم, senior manager at SABIC, to speak about fostering green initiatives for sustainable supply chain management. The stage is
السلام
yours,
عليكم.
مهندس عبد الله. وعليكم السلام والرحمة.
عليكم السلام.
جزاكم الله بالخير جميعا.
الله يحييك.
الله يعطيك العافية عبد المجيد. خليني بس شير السكرين. واضح الشاشة عبد المجيد؟ البارتيسيبنت الو.
واضحة. أوكي. حطها في البريزنت مود وتوكل على الله. يعطيك العافية.
طيب السلام عليكم. Good afternoon ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you very much everyone for your valuable time attending our conference and our today's session. Also, I would like to extend our appreciation to the organizing team for conducting this Saudi Warehouse and Inventory Management Conference, definitely inviting all the professionals, including the leaders, the talents, and the subject matter experts within the warehouse and inventory management and the wider supply chain management. Before we start, our today's session is to discuss one of the most trending and important topics. It will be very interesting for whom is managing the inventory, monitoring the optimum value for the warehouses. Inshallah, very confident that we will have, inshallah, informative session and you will enjoy our presentation today. Before we start, let me just introduce myself. This is Abdullah Salim Bukshan. I'm working as a senior manager in SABIC. I did my bachelor degree in industrial and system engineering from KFUBM, and then completed my executive master degree in engineering management from King Abdulaziz University. Completed my double master degree in supply chain management from KFUBM recently, PMP certified, CIPM certified in strategy business planning, Lean Six Sigma Green Belt, and SIPS diploma. I did several research projects in different disciplines, the Kaizen, TQM application manufacturing, also Lean Six Sigma implementation, inventory management. And our today topic is about fostering the green initiatives for sustainable supply chain management. I had different participation in different conferences. Today we are here in this exceptional conference, inshallah. Our agenda today, we will start to understand why green supply chain management, what is it, how it works, and what will be our operating model. Then we will discuss the problem statement, how we can foster the green initiatives in inventory management and the supply chain. And then we will discuss the green inventory management major impacting factors for optimization. Last but not least, and this is the most interesting part, to understand the tips how to optimize the inventory. We bring 7 initiatives, and we may hear from you what more initiatives that will contribute in the inventory optimization, and we will have Q&A at the end of the session. What is green supply chain management? So to know green supply chain management, not sure if everyone knows what does green mean. Is it refer to a green products, a green color of specific product or services? No, green in supply chain management or in business in general indicates for sustainability, lean, agile, resilience process. So when it comes to green supply chain management, we mean the application of the best practices in eco-friendly company that aim to survive and remain successful within the industry. So sustainable or green in supply chain management in specific refers to a mechanism how we can embed and inject the sustainable environmental practices into our current tradition chain. طبعا such sustainability initiatives must cover the full cycle, the full end-to-end process of supply chain management, and it's highly recommended to use this principle. And we have definitely too many approaches for green initiatives. Here we have the 4R, 1D to enforce, to reduce, reuse, recycle, reclaim, and degradable products across your supply chain management. طيب, how it works? Supply chain management. So as we said that it should cover the step, every single step in the full cycle of supply chain, since sourcing of raw materials, going through the manufacturing, logistic, warehousing, and material handling till the end of product life. So let's take this example as we have today. We bring one example is the kid crib. So first we need to consider during our sourcing of material to bring sustainable materials, sourcing the most friendly raw materials to our environment. So we need to prioritize, for example, sourcing the wood from certified forest across the globe and using the materials that have the lower impact on our environment. Moving to in manufacturing, the materials should be milled and manufactured to a specification that are safe and friendly to our end user and the customer. Focusing also other practice on energy efficient manufacturing process, such as renewable energy sources, the solar energy, and name it. In packaging, it can be designed to be, let's say, recyclable and should be made from recycled materials. This is why, to minimize the waste during your manufacturing process, also optimizing the material usage and recycling your product after the product life. In transportation, and this is very critical, the transportation process involved in producing, delivering the kid crib can consume significant energy. So it is necessary to minimize the energy consumption. Also, you can use friendly technologies to the environment, such as electrical transportation. And this is what we have currently around the globe. In addition, also, when you are going to expedite the delivery, to have the shortest critical path to deliver the product at your earliest, this is considered also as a green process. So all details must be provided clearly to the customer with all the specification of the product. And the customer will use definitely at the end, will use this green product, and also can be used after this customer by the other customers. So it means this product is reusable. طبعا moving to the operating model. So in every research, as you know, in every business case, as professionalism, you have to focus on your operating model. And we'll see these are the most
مهندس عبد الله، بس ما احنا سامعين الصوت. طيب, I believe مهندس عبد الله has some problem connection with the network. We'll just give him few minutes, few seconds. مهندس طالع, محمد داوود, أحمد عامر, do you have anything to add till مهندس عبد الله is returning?
No, we're open to take whatever, like, questions, Q&A, if you guys have any.
Yes, the question, yes, we will leave it till the end. But
Okay,
if you have
cool.
anything, any information to share with the people, any example case similar to the two cases you just shared.
Maybe I'll add something if you don't mind until the speaker comes back online.
Yes.
Actually, I see he's already back online. So the point I wanted to make at the end was that so many people are worried that AI will take their jobs. This will not happen. AI will upgrade their jobs. And if we take the example of this warehouse management using the drones that we gave, let's think of this person that his job was just to take the inventory. He used to have like a pen and paper or an iPad and used to take notes of where the inventory is. This person's job now will transform to be the drone operator. He will fly the drone to zip through all the aisles to take his pictures. So here's an example of a person not losing their job, but their job got upgraded. So this is, I think, a very important topic of, will we lose our jobs because of AI? And we believe that the answer is not if you upgrade yourself, if you upskill yourself.
Another way we always say it, you're going to lose the boring part of your job. So the boring parts that are very repetitive, there's no skill needed for it, like data entry, cycle counts, all these type of jobs that's not really elevating to the human intelligence anymore. This one, we're going to lose it, but we're going to give a chance to the supply chain manager or the warehouse operator to do much high quality type of work that have more impact in their job.
I think Abdullah is back.
Okay, cool.
Yes, yes.
Sorry.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Go ahead.
thanks for the
back you.
adding. And yes, thanks for the adding. And the people will not adapt themselves with the AI, will get replaced with the people just embed and work more on the AI. I totally agree with you. Okay, returning back to you, Engineer
Thank
Abdullah.
you. Hello, Abdul Majid.
Yes.
Is it clear now?
Yes, clear. Go ahead.
طيب, in every research, as we discussed, not sure if we already covered this part because I was presenting and غطينا هذه عبد المجيد.
Yes. We
So,
lose you at the end.
yeah, the desired output definitely from this operating model is to bring the green innovative initiatives that will support the implementation of green supply chain management. Moving to the problem statements. So let's understand why we need to embrace such green initiatives. First of all industries, including the petrochemical, as we are working in SABIC, are considered as one of unfavorable industries and enemy to the environment. Second, our Saudi Vision 2030, the Saudi Arabia direction is toward the sustainable development of green manufacturing. We have ESG, low carbon transformation, renewable sources, ecological innovation, and the global carbon neutrality. And definitely this is global initiatives. Third is the absence of green initiatives in our traditional supply chain managements globally. So this is clear definition for the sustainable supply chain management is that the one that fully integrates the ethical and environmental all practices into a competitive and successful model. The end-to-end supply chain management transparency, as we said, should be cover the full life cycle of the product. So sustainable initiatives must cover the material sourcing, moving to the production, manufacturing, logistic, inventory, and even after the product utilization to return the product or recycling the waste. This is only for your information to understand the global initiative directions of the carbon footprints reductions. As you can see, it's to reduce the CO2 by 36 to 52 millions annually, and imagine that equals to 4 up to 6 millions private homes as a volume. This is all about the problem statements. Moving to the green inventory management. Every professional today knows exactly what is inventory management. It's all about, just to refresh your mind, about having the right inventory in the right quantity, at the right place, at the right time, at the right cost. And we have different types of inventory. We have MRO, spare parts, raw material, work in process, and finished goods. The most importantly that everyone must know, as we hear some discussion from our colleagues, that excess and surplus inventory, the obsolete means that the materials that laying at shelves for a very long time are chronic and the major issues within the supply chain. And this is definitely cost all the companies billions of Saudi Riyal each year. So the negative impacts will hit the inventory cost. Definitely you will increase your ordering, your holding, your shortage cost, the disposal, and the write-off process to get rid of all these excess and surplus material with very low prices. We are expecting very low recovery value from the book value of all materials and products. Wasting your time to find a solution, how we can liquidize our inventory, how we can liquidize our dormancy in our warehouses. This is definitely waste your time, waste your efforts. Keeping the stock on shelves for long period, definitely this will impact on your material condition, and no one will consume this material, and maybe this will impact on the production of your plants. Hello?
Hello? Yes, Mhandis Abdullah.
Yes. Okay. Moving to the inventory management factors. So we have major actors and can be as good or bad actors for inventory inflation or optimization at the same time based on your practices. I will not dig deeply to each factors, but we may focus on the lead time, and this is one of the critical factors to shrink the period of delivery and expedite the delivery of the product to the customer. Historical demand is very important for your forecasting and demand verification. Also, the shelf life, the product life should be considered during your planning, warehouse capacity and space. Last but not least, the minimum order quantity, and this should be considered during the procurement and sourcing process to obtain promotion for your procurements. How to optimize inventory, and here we need your interaction to reflect on such initiatives or bring your best practices. Please feel free to participate as we are learning from each other, and this is the way why we are here today. I will be very efficient to go through the 7 initiatives and responsibilities that will help everyone to optimize the inventory and keep your inventory with the optimal level. First, as we discussed before in the previous session, management of change. And this is very important to ensure the leadership visibility, the buy-in, how we can promote our end user mindset to ensure the effective demand planning and verification before the procurement. Also, we can promote HSS, compliance, integrity in our supply chain management, and continuously we should work it out to identify the challenges and opportunities in the supply chain management. Second factor is the partnership and the stewardship model, and this is one of the most critical factors, how we can build our partnership with all the project stakeholders, how we can bring the synergy among all supply chain management functions to create clear procedure, clear process to have the right product. Also to understand the demand and supply dynamic within the markets. Also, you have to disseminate your reporting review, and this is critical to oversee your performance and how we can satisfy the customer. Third factor is the AI and innovation, and we had a good discussion how we can leverage the AI during our manufacturing for products and within the supply chain management. So definitely the creative and high impact solution are the most important enablers for our optimization. So this will help us to make our process lean, agile, and how we can automate the majority of our process within the supply chain management. Fourth factor, we have our MRP. Definitely everyone knows MRP, how it works. But for example, here in SABIC, we have very efficient due diligence, very efficient demand verification with automated MRP. We call it eMRP. And this is for auto replenishment, considering the accuracy of the demand for spare parts in our plants and how we can anticipate the demand for all plants across SABIC. So MRP plays a major role in inventory optimization. Vendor managed inventory, and they consider this as one of the game changer, and this is effective solution. Also, we can call it vendor managed inventory. This can be implemented through strategic alliances with your partners in the market. Also, this will help in supporting the local content initiatives as we have our localization initiatives. And definitely this will impact how we can expedite the delivery to have a short lead time and optimize the warehouse space as well. reducing your inventory, the holding cost, the shortage cost as well, and avoid the damages and obsolete items. In this initiative, definitely, you will avoid the material handling and keep your stock under the premises of your suppliers or vendors. Inventory liquidation. This is a critical process, how we can avoid the dormancy, the obsolescence material for very long period. And I can see this is one of the effective solutions here in SABIC. We implemented one smart solution, we call it virtual warehouse, to transform whatever common items internally within SABIC entities. And also we are targeting how we can cover the other petrochemical industries to utilize our current inventory. طبعا this will avoid our external procurement and also optimize our excess, our dormancy in the inventory management. And definitely this is through automatic solutions leveraging the AI. Also, we have one digital solution here in SABIC to automatically capture whatever identical materials, and I am sure that everyone have duplicate materials in warehouses, and we should consider such duplicates by leveraging AI to bring a solution to capture this identical and how we can merge those duplicates items to avoid the excess and surplus stock in the future. For the last part, inventory stock reduction, monitoring and optimizing your inventory level is very, very important. Similar to the demand verification, continuously you have to go with your levels optimization, and it is recommended to be systematic. As we have here in SABIC, we have a smart system that will capture all the historical consumptions, and based on algorithms and some logics, the system will propose the optimum stock level for each product or items in your warehouses. طبعا by this we reach to the end and the conclusion of our today presentation. I believe Abdelmajid, it's worth hearing from our colleagues to share some recommended initiatives or best practices, and I will be happy to answer your questions if any.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Engineer Abdullah. We will listen to the initiatives, to the comment, to the clarification at the end of this session number 3. Thanks. It was great presentation from you, also from Mr. Taleh Matrafi, Mohammed Dawood, and Ahmed Amr. Now let's move with the third speaker, Mr. Nu'man Ali, the founder and the CEO of NFX Technology Limited, to speak about elevating sustainability in warehouse management, embracing integrated circular supply chain for greener future. Mr. Nu'man Ali.
Thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Am I audible to all?
Yes, the presentation. Can you put it in presentation mode and go ahead?
So, thank you, Abdelmajid, for the introduction, and thank you for the organizers of the conference for giving me this slot to share my thoughts regarding sustainability from a perspective of warehouse and inventory management. So my name is Nu'man Ali. I'm going to today talk about elevating sustainability in warehouse management, embracing integrated circular supply chain for a greener future. I thank Mohannes Abdullah for taking us through the green initiatives and providing us a very good presentation and insight. But to be honest, it will help. His words, his presentation is going to help my session as well, because a lot of what he said is the foundation for what we are doing when we talk about Invex as an entity, as a solution in the Saudi market. So a little bit introduction about myself. Name is Nu'man Ali. I am a supply chain consultant based out of Jeddah. I've been in the supply chain industry of fraternity with an experience ranging from with different multinationals over a span of 20 plus years. I'm originally from Pakistan, but I've been in the kingdom now for 13 plus years, alhamdulillah. And so this is a little bit of introduction about myself. If we talk about top contributors, and I will directly go into the topic of sustainability, fine. So the top contributors to carbon footprint when we look at the warehouses are primarily two. You can club them into two areas, which is lighting, and the other one is the heating elements. And I'm saying this from the perspective that whatever green initiatives and green sustainable supply chain initiatives are done primarily falls under these two categories. And then we look into that, what are the ways to reduce carbon footprint? What is happening in today's world? What is happening in the industry right now? So I have categorized them or clubbed them together into four perspectives. One is the lighting control that industries and companies across the board, they are converting from the traditional lights to the LED lights, less energy consumption. They are focusing more on using natural light during the day, changing the working hours, and they are moving towards smart lighting solutions, right? So this is how your energy footprint is reduced, your burden on the energy resources is reduced. So this is the lighting control part of the reduction in carbon footprints. Moving forward, the second one is temperature control. Temperature control, again, when we look into the warehouse or the industry or the offices itself, we go for better insulations so that heat is retained, maybe in the winter. We have right now Dammam, Riyadh, good weather, unlike Jeddah. Jeddah is still 30 degrees. And is my screen okay? I got a message from someone that my screen is not visible.
Can you change the display settings to
I
remove
think that is
presented
the issue.
remarks?
Yeah. Dagiga. Hold on. I think the wrong screen was shared. Let me try again. Is it still the same?
On the display settings on top, if you can just change it. Yes, on top. Display settings in the middle. On top. On your left, a little bit.
On spend stop video. That's it.
If it's plugged in any projection, you should remove it.
No, I removed the projection because this is what I thought that is the projection which is causing the issue.
Yeah.
So I will do it again. Hold on. This will be. I'll share my screen again. Is it okay now?
Yes, now it's fine.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we were on the temperature control. So installation, having improved HVAC system, energy efficient cooling system, air curtains at the entrance and the exit of the warehouse, installing solar system. So these are the temperature control initiatives which are done to reduce the carbon footprint. Again, this is on the heating part. Then the waste reduction, the third one, landscaping and zoning, planting more trees, making it more on oxygen friendly facilities. Putting in more plants into your office areas and these things. Low flow plumbing, this basically means that instead of using the pressure pumps to increase the flow of water through your plumbing system, you natural flow of water so that less water is consumed. Moving to a paperless environment, pipe insulation, reuse and recycling of materials. And this is, as Mohannes Abdullah was mentioning, the 4R and 1D. So this comes over here. The fourth one is on the material handling equipment like battery powered. You expand vertically the warehouses rather than using your floor only or mezzanine. You go in upward direction, increase the height of your facilities. So expand vertically, the 5S principles, and then obviously a lot of our colleagues talk about smart warehouse management systems, AI supported, drone supported warehouse management systems. So these are what is being done right now across the industry. So I've tried to cover all of it over here in the first 2 slides, but my focus is a little bit different. Fine, for our organization, that what we identified, or when we were working with different industries and different leaders within the kingdom and across the GCC, that most organizations currently focus on energy efficiency when we talk about sustainability and reducing carbon footprint. But the big question is it? And once we started looking around, we found that what we are doing right now is just the tip of the iceberg. The issue of green that we are trying to solve is just the tip of the iceberg. From my perspective, and this is my personal opinion, that we are just hitting the 10% mark. A lot of it is still, not there. We are missing something. We need to cater to something much bigger than that. And this is where it comes into place, that when we talk about inventory management, when we talk about warehousing, that is where the maximum or the major contributor to carbon footprint is lying there or is present. And this is the core or the focus of our solution, and that is inventory obsolescence. So in the previous presentation, it was mentioned inventory needs to be optimized, everything, but the reality of everything is that inventory obsolescence is a hard fact, is a hard truth, and there are 1,001 reasons for that. So inventory obsolescence is a major obstacle faced by businesses globally, contributing significantly to organizations' carbon footprint. Now, I would like you to again think and from the perspective that when we look at our own organization, in every warehouse, in every organization, there is a certain area where inventory are lying due to slow moving, dead inventory, expired because nothing was done, or wrong ordering, or late arrival of material, now it is not needed. And every company from an accounting perspective is doing provisions for that. They are writing it off and it is sitting over there. Now, this is your major carbon contributor. This is your material which was ordered, which utilized natural resources from the Mother Earth, and permanent carbon footprint was generated. Now, I'll throw a number to you that $562 billion, and that's a very big number. $562 billion worth of excess inventory is estimated on a global level right now. So 562 billion, just imagine that. And when we did our research and when we were looking into the numbers of this region in Middle East, from Egypt, including Turkey, Levant, GCC, up to Pakistan, fine, these countries, based on our estimation, based on our research, the number that we have come up with, that the inventory obsolescence as a problem statement contributes a dollar value of approximately $10 billion in this region. And as soon as we move into India and the bigger markets, obviously that 562 number starts adding up. The smaller contributors, the big contributors, they all start adding up and they go to 562 billion. So that is a ground reality. So what is the issue? That, when we look at our warehouses, we see that how many times you have seen this in your warehousing organization, thought everything can be done with all the obsolete inventory scrap. And it was a very interesting statement, and I will be using a lot from Mohandas Abdullah's presentation. He said that liquidation of old inventory and unwanted items is a waste of time and a waste of efforts. And that is the very reason that, it piles up, it is there. And I will show you at the end of our session that how big of a problem it is with actual use cases, actual examples. So liquidation is an issue. Every supply chain manager, every logistics manager, every profession isn't in an organization to ensure availability of material which can be sold off. They are actively involved in working towards usable material, but they do not have the time and the resources and the how would I put it, people, energy, and these things to look at inventory obsolescence. And this is why it piles up. And the easiest way to do something about it, either to scrap it out at a very minimalistic value, or pay some company to take it off their hands, or it just sits over there, they do nothing. So coming to it, that, and this is, I'm trying to go through it because we had some issue of the presentation. So right now, so as I was saying, that they do nothing. So this is most of the cases that is happening in the industry. And as we have been talking with the industry, that is predominantly the case. And this is the reason that most of the supply chain, or almost all of the supply chain, they work on the traditional linear mechanism to handle inventory obsolescence. That is, every supply chain is on a linear path, that materials are bought, they come in, they store, they use, and then it goes out. But what goes, as a waste, or something is not used, or on the finished goods side, if it is not sold off, it just sits there in the inventory, it just sits there in the facility, and nothing is done. And so so what we concluded, or what we identified, that the problem statement with such a linear and traditional way of looking at inventory management or supply chain is that there is zero visibility across the industry to connect a potential supply with a potential demand. And this is where we came up with the concept. And, in the 18th century, one philosopher talked about that once man's trash is another man's treasure. And we came up with the concept that how about we utilize, and how can we utilize circularity, that one organization's unwanted inventory is a potential needed inventory of another organization. But the primary issue of that is, as I mentioned, with the problem that there is a lack of visibility, a lack of structure, that how would someone's unwanted inventory be known by another industries or another competitive company supply chain, that this is available over there. Because the easiest way to do is the traditional, that we have a demand, we need this material, let's order it from the manufacturer, rather as there is no time, or there's no will, or there's it takes a lot of effort to find it within your own ecosystem, within potentially a factory down 2 streets or in the next city, and that is not possible because the visibility is lacking. So circular supply chain talks about repurposing. And when we talked about the 4 R's and 1D by Mohammed Abdullah, which was to reduce, reuse, recycle, and reclaim, circular supply chain talks about the 5th R, which is repurpose. That is to repurpose the inventory obsolescence within the supply chains. We are not talking about supply chain, your own supply chain within the boundaries of your group, of your company or your entity, but supply chain across the board. And this is where, that true circularity comes into the picture. And this is where Invex comes in as a solution. And Invex is basically a B2B integrated circular supply chain digital ecosystem. We connect businesses. We allow companies to move from their traditional way of handling supply chain to a circular supply chain. And through our technology solution, through our technology stack, we integrate these circular supply chains. So circular supply chain in its individuality, if you look alone at circular supply chain, it talks about within the organization. But when we are using our technology platform, we are connecting multiple circular supply chains, which we are creating and integrating them. So we have elevated the concept of circular supply chain itself by introducing the technology solution, our digital ecosystem, and we have created an B2B integrated circular supply chain ecosystem. And so what is Invex? So Invex is simple. Invex is a plug-and-play digital sustainability solution. Fine. We are the first one who talk about easy sustainability, simple plug-and-play sustainability solution. We have made it simple, easy, and cost-effective for organizations to initiate sustainability and reduce their carbon footprint. Whenever we, over the last 2 years since I've been working on this solution, we have engaged with a lot of international, global sustainability consultants, circular supply chain experts in the US, Europe, Singapore, Australia. And we talked about that, if we want to initiate sustainability has always been considered a cost. You need to hire consultants. Even when we look at my second slide, the ways to reduce carbon footprint, most of it was a cost. Solar panels, energy efficiency, warehouse management system, everything at the end of the day is an investment. It requires dollars. But our solution, we talk about that how can we, without spending, still proceed towards sustainability? And that is where Invex comes into play. So we have literally made it very cost effective. I would say with the costs which are currently, we are effectively free kind of a thing, that sustainability is with us, we have effectively made it free, right? So what is the solution itself? So solution is that in the ecosystem, there is someone who is a seller or who is holding excess inventory. There is a buyer who is having excess a need of inventory. And this is where Invex comes into play. It is a connector. It's it connects both the entities. It creates the transparency. So it's a B2B marketplace where we have incorporated 3 key elements of supply chain: e-negotiations, e-RFQ, and e-auction. So if someone has listed their unwanted inventory, the buyer can come and negotiate with them. If a buyer is looking for something, they can create an e-RFQ and it goes through the whole ecosystem right now. If a seller wants to sell something and they want to sell it and they need to create an auction, so the e-auction is available with both open bid and closed bid options. It is available. We have the potential to do an EDI interface to work with and connect our system with another entity's ERP system so that the inventory levels are updated, on a real-time basis. Mobile app application is there, which we are planning to go live very soon with it. And what makes it a digital ecosystem, that we have also partnered with logistics providers, payment gateway, digital insurance providers, and quality inspection companies on our platform, so that if anybody would like to take these services, our partners can provide these services to them as well. For example, that a material is there and we are doing, and I will discuss more further in the example, that something is available and since it is used or it was already owned by someone, so inspection is needed. So pre-shipment, post-shipment inspections can be done through our partners as well. Look, it needs to be picked up from one location and sent to, so you can contact our logistics service provider on the platform and they can provide that service to you. So we have created it into an ecosystem. So we have elevated it from a marketplace into an ecosystem. The features that it carries is basically all the standard reporting dashboard, analytics. It has a complete confidentiality, transparency, and compliance. All our actions, they have a digital footprint. So it complies to standards. It has a transparency. So any organization who is using this platform can have visibility of their own users, what they are doing on the platform, how much negotiation they did, how was the ERFQ, the e-auction, so that compliance and transparency is there. And obviously, the cybersecurity element is there, that everything is secure. We have the required levels of security on our platform. So this is it. So when I was talking about that circular supply chain, we have elevated it. So Invex is basically, we have done is redefined circular supply chain. We have elevated it into an integrated circular supply chain concept, where we have created an easy way to do circular supply chain, to transform yourself from your traditional to circular. And with technology stack, connecting all these circular supply chains, we have integrated everyone. And instead of recycling, we have given the option of repurposing, and from our concept, nothing can go to waste, and it goes into a scrap. Scrap itself is a very big industry that it takes your unwanted and it breaks it down and it feeds into other industries as well. So this is what Invex is all about. Now, coming to what is the value add for organization working with this platform, working with us, and helping us actually, reduce their inventory obsolescence. One is that immediately they start working on supply chain sustainability, because we are touching the key element of carbon footprint and inventory obsolescence. We help reduce their carbon footprint. So when we say reduce carbon footprint, we are not talking about net zero and maintaining their carbon footprint level. If you are in need of something, you order. So you are creating a fresh carbon footprint. But if you are using someone else's carbon footprint, so you are not ordering something, so you are at a zero level, you are reducing their carbon footprint by consuming it or repurposing. So the impact is net negative. So effectively, we are thriving, or we are working with companies to net negative or reduce their carbon footprint. We allow them to then reduce their inventory obsolescence, and once we do that, we are also eliminating their waste. And with all of this goes into our value add number 5, which is the most important, cash. So when I said cost effective, so when we are helping organization reduce their inventory obsolescence, so we are improving their cash conversion cycle, because their capital was engaged in their inventories and it was just sitting there in their warehouses. So it has a hello. Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. We
How
have
much
to wrap
time?
up. Thank you.
Okay, let me wrap up. Just give me a couple of minutes. Thank you.
1 minute.
Okay, so cash conversion cycle. So one industry is talking about buying something at a lower price, and the other one is able to sell it off. So both are benefiting from it. And the sixth one is the circular economy topic, that we are able to circulate everything into the economy, and it promotes small businesses, other industries, and everything. So these are the 6 value adds. And we launched recently in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We launched it in October, so this is our 3rd month active. I will skip this video. Latifa and ECS group will share this. So these are the companies or the entities that we are actively working with right now, and we invite everyone else over here on this to contact me, and we can again give them a better understanding of what we are. Just to give an understanding, actively right now, we are working with industries, with companies to help them and liquidate it. And the topics that we are handling right now itself is in the range of $30 million worth of inventory obsolescence across different industry verticals: fashion, FMCG, food, raw materials, spare parts, vehicles, assets, you name it. So across the whole value chain, we are working right now. So I will end it over here, since Abdul Majid gave me 1 minute. So I give a big thank you to everyone to listen to me. It's the end of the day for today. So I hope I did not bore you, all of you. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nu'man. So now the stage to have a Q&A. We need the Q&A, the questioning and clarification. Even if you need to share your experience with Engineer Abdullah as per his request, please do. So we are opening the Q&A to Mr. Talal Al-Matrafi, Muhammad Dawood, Ahmed Al-Amer, Engineer Abdullah, Bukshan, and Nu'man Ali. Let me check the Q&A. Okay. This is thanks to the speakers. Till I receive some question and clarification, I would like to thank our sponsor, Dries Company, Benny Software Company, and V-Line Group. Thanks to all the sponsors to make our virtual conference happen today. Since there is no question Q&A, so We will try to end up today, and we will meet you inshallah tomorrow at the same time, 9 morning. So see you tomorrow inshallah 9 morning. It will be also insightful, good speakers for today and tomorrow. So see you tomorrow at 9 morning. Thank you very much. Be on time. Thank you all.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow inshallah.
شكرا سام.
شكرا.
مع
السلام
السلامة.
عليكم.
السلام عليكم.
يعطيكم العافية جميعا. شكرا.
شكرا سيد. مع السلامة. مع السلامة.